Discipleship.
Come be a part of
Alright, and LJ, Atlanta Jews Society.
Discipleship.
Come be a part of
Alright, and LJ, Atlanta Jews Society.
where Hebrew feels like home.
Shalom, shalom, yes I. Hebrew first words. Let's touch on the Hebrew first words right here. Shalom, Habarim, shalom, Hebrew first words here for this fourth weekly Torah portion, reading and feeding. Vayera.
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great King. God is known in her palaces for a refuge, for lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together, they saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion, and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever.
Rastafari, Africa is a must. So nobody force now cause. You have to jump on this your bus. Zion born, right?
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great King. God is known in her palaces for a refuge, for lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together, they saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion, and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח. גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, בעיר אלוהינו הר קודשו. יפה נוף משוש כל הארץ, הר ציון ירכתי צפון, קריית מלך רב. אלוהים בארמנותיה נודע למשגב, כי הנה המלכים נועדו, עברו יחדיו. המה ראו כן תמהו, נבהלו נחפזו. רעדה אחזתם שם, חיל כיולדה. ברוח קדים תשבר אוניות תרשיש. כאשר שמענו כן ראינו, בעיר אדוני צבאות, בעיר אלוהינו. אלוהים יכונניה עד עולם סלע. דימינו אלוהים חסדך בקרב היכליך. כשמך אלוהים, כן תהילתך על קצווי ארץ, צדק מלאה ימינך. ישמח הר ציון, תגלנה בנות יהודה למען משפטיך. סובו ציון והקיפוה, ספרו מגדליה. שיטו לבכם לחילה, פסגו ארמנותיה. למען תספרו לדור אחרון, כי זה אלוהים אלוהינו עולם ועד, הוא ינהגנו על מות.
Yes. Shalom, Chabarim, Yeshua Shalom. Here. Monday evening, the evening podcast right here called the Monday Podcast Midrash Mondays right here. So here we pick up with a new Torah reading and feeding here. The previous Lech Lecha. We get the introduction of Father Abraham, the father of the faith, of the Hebrew faith, Abraham HaEbri. Wow, there's much that's packed in there. I have to go over, just the commentary and the reasoning, just for consistency right here, for continuity purposes. But here, the government shall be upon his shoulders. Yeah. Whoa. Isaiah, Yeshaya 9 and 6. And it's interesting. I think it's on the bookshelf. Right in the background. Yeah, boom, right there. You can see that there. It's on the bookshelf in the background. The government shall be upon his shoulders. Speaking Hebraically, Judaically of the Davidic Messianic king, right? According to the prophecy in Yeshaya. And yes, of course, there's the high priest, Yeshua, HaMoshiach connection right there. Right, but right here for this Torah reading and feeding, let's scroll it over right here to where we're at right here. We are in Vayera. Yeah, let's pause that there. Give me one moment. Let's see how this thing goes. Okay, it's kind of overlap right there. Boom. There we go. Okay, so in this Torah reading and feeding, there is it continues. There we go. Let's pause it right there. Because here we get the Akedah, what's falsely called the sacrifice of Isaac. Right? The birth of Isaac and also the sacrifice of Isaac. Now coming up is the Chaye Sarah, the passing of Sarah, the matriarch. We recall from the previous Torah portion, in making that Rastafari revelation, connection between Sarah, Tege Menon, and the Tege Menon connection right there. That was in the previous podcast right there. And we're going to continue to build right here. As His Majesty Karmawi Negus Neges said, as Sarah, right, was to Abraham, so was she to me. Now, in picking up and building on that, remember the seed right there, and therefore calling Rastafari. So give us the teaching of His Majesty based on the teachings. We also have the books like the books of the Kebra Neges, the Queen of Sheba, only son Menelik. We have yet to really go into that. I think we really need to touch on that right there just to kind of explicate this point. Let's see if we have this right here. just to kind of show this, as we were saying, because let's see if it follows the Torah reading and feeding. We should have brought it out from Genesis. We mentioned it was in Genesis Bereshith. We also mentioned it, but we focused a little more on other Ethiopic documents like Jubilees as well, or Little Genesis, known as Metzaveh Kufale. Made points of reference to also Ethiopic Enoch. Remember, getting into the second Torah reading and feeding Noah, the flood, the giants. Who are these giants? The Gibborim. Are they the Gibborim? Are they the Nephilim? Who are the sons of God? The sons of God. And who are the daughters? The daughters of men. Let's see if we can bring it up like this. Kebra. Let's see if we have it saved under Kebra. Now, the translation that we use as a first point of reference. Okay, let's just check this out quickly here. All right. The translation that we use as a point of reference is in the English is the E.A. Wallace Budge. I know people may have their issues with Wallace Budge, but from a scholarly perspective, we can take his translation and compare it with the Ethiopic, right? The Ethiopic of Kubra Negest. Kubra, right? The Kubra Negest, right? Kubra Negest. I know we say Nagast, but here we go. We got it. We got it right here. Let's cue this up so we can show it right here. Now, these are additional, right, texts and manuscripts, many of them also known in the time of the early Christians, as they are called, the early Christians, and during the apostolic times, along with other books of the Bible. I know there's this whole reasoning about inspired and uninspired books. But if we come to that conclusion, we should come to that conclusion based on what we consider inspired. In other words, there's some traditions among certain Christian churches, Western, Gentile, Protestant churches, right, that we don't trust the quote, what's inspired and what's not inspired, because there's many books that in the early church was inspired, right, and it took as inspired, but then later on was removed, as the way of Christ, called Christianity, became more removed from the Israelite faithful, or those few, the Judahite and the Israelite, the first followers of Yeshua. So it's like something that was Afro-Asiatic became more Eurocentric, just to put it in another, in other terms. And therefore certain documents were purposely removed, right? Now let's scroll down here. I'm actually scrolling through it, and it's like a big introduction in Budget's version. But let's do this right here. Let's show you where we're at right here. Boom. Here's what we're at, right? So boom, let's do this right here. Let's see. Okay, so you can see the full page. Now, this one here is one of the picture kind of like PDFs. So it takes a little moment, as you can see, just a moment to load in. So here we're going to the table of contents, right? And to the first page right here. Takes a little moment to load in. Okay. All right. So that's the end of his introduction. And here's the table of contents. Boom. So table of contents. So here we're looking at the Kebra Neges. The Kibra, actually the Kibra. I want to hail up to Ankoma Jed. Check out our Ethiopic lesson. I think it's lesson number 3 on Ankoma Jed. That's Ankoma DJED. Ankoma Jed. On his channel right there, we have I think the first and the second, lessons on Ethiopic, Ethiopic lessons we're going through right there. So here, it reminds me, because when I'm looking at the word here, you see it, we read it from English, ignore the U that's above the E, and we may say Kebra Nagas. This is how we've been saying it, Kebra Nagas. So here we study to show ourselves approved, LOJ, right? The college university of His Imperial Majesty here, study to shew ourselves approved according to the scripts, right? And here it's not Kebra Nagas in the Ethiopic enunciation is Kibra, 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 the glory of, right? The Kibra Negest, Kibra Negest. So in Budge, because Budge is one of those kind of academic scholars, and actually, if we would just understand, the code that the academic scholars were using, right, we can really boost our discernment and education. You know what I mean? Of course, how will one know? But amongst us, there are ones and ones who know. So, let us iron sharpen iron, right? So the Kubra, the glory of Neges, of the kings. Kubra Neges, the Kubra Neges, Kubra Neges, Kubra Neges. So introduction, the manuscripts. So the manuscripts, we was able actually to get our hands on some of the manuscripts, right? Especially with the technology of today, they're scanning books and they're trying to digitalize everything. So a lot of books that were in private universities, college universities, only certain scholars, got opportunity to really look at these manuscripts have become more available. And this time remind me of Donnell, the one called Daniel, but Daniel's prophecy where it says they shall go to and fro, right? They shall go to and fro, and knowledge shall increase. Now, I tend to translate that or interpret that from translation in somewhat of the digital sense. The digital system, it functions on what they call modulation and demodulation. It's basically like the ones and zero, like the yes and no, a binary. It's a binary system. Like Adam and Eve, you know what I mean? Like male and female, you know what I mean? Like binary. I know there's a lot of non-binary talk, but that right there would just unravel the fabric of creation if you really understand what they really are after. You know what I'm saying? Not just only anti-Christ, but anti-God. And of course, many ones have gotten seduced and gotten, what did Hawa say? Hava say? She was beguiled, you know what I mean? Hoodwinked, bamboozled, tricked. You know what I'm saying? So here we got the manuscripts available. LOJ, we got the manuscripts available. I think some of them are PDFs, so others, can also download and study it. And hopefully we can share the results of our study, and have, how can we say, have rational debates. You know what I'm saying? Rational debates that which will not contradict the scripture. The scripture says not to debate for strife and foolish questions and foolish things. You know what I mean? But the manuscripts are available. So the manuscripts goes into the manuscript. So he gives one thing about these older scholars. Sometimes we'd be like, I don't want no footnotes. I don't want no appendix. I don't want no commentary. Just give me the raw text. That's a lot of trust there. That's a whole lot of trust there. At least if somebody gives you, okay, this is my translation, and then now let me give you an explanation of the translation, what I was looking at. We can more better judge for ourselves than just take, the finished product, and then later on we find mistakes in it, right? At least with one who gave us a kind of details, you know what I mean? This is why some of these older books, for those who are disciples, and into the study to shew yourself approved, you shall know the truth, right? Of course, the first truth is a divine truth, but then is it not the divine Yahweh Eloheinu who created the heavens and earth? Remember the two witnesses that the scripture teaches us. The Psalm 19 teaches that the two witnesses is the creation. Witness number one, and this is where a lot of folks that go after science, modern science, but the word science or scientia just basically means knowledge. And we can go into biblical study and bring out that word science. It means knowledge. Doesn't mean that all knowledge is true. Now, remember the knowledge of good and evil, of Tovara, right? But at least we understand that creation is the first witness, right? And both the creation outside of us, but also the creation in us. As man was created in the image and after likeness. Man was not emanated. Man was not, speaking of his majesties, that man was not emanated from a deity. Like I said, a lot of ones got that confused, and some still prefer the confusion, of it, assuming that Garmawi Negus Neges Gurmawi John Hoy, he meant this, he meant that. He was talking that he said, I'm not this, I'm not that. And nowhere in the speech he says, I'm not this, I'm not, you know what I mean? But it's because of things like emanation philosophy. What is emanation philosophy? The word emanation is not a bad word. Let me just say that at the rip. It's not a bad word. It's like evolution. All right. Now we talk about Darwin, and we can debate on Darwin, and and have reasoning on Darwin, and hopefully, each one teach one, so we can better understand the truth for ourselves. But just on the principle of things evolving, things do evolve. People do evolve. Not from one species to another species, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? By accident at that. You know what I mean? But anyway, this is not to even put down Darwin. That's a whole study in and of itself to really understand what was being said. Because sometimes, ones and ones tell us, okay, it was saying this and they were racist and they were this and that. And we just believe it. We just believe it. We're teaching the scripts here. We're pointing to even the evidence, and people still, have questions or maybe doubts. But at least we present evidence. People just say things about other things, and we believe it and never test our knowledge. All right. But it's good to test our knowledge. And the translation of the Arabic version, so it goes into the Arabic version. We have the Ge'ez version, different legends of the Queen of Sheba, and the Quran, right? And modern legends of Solomon, of Shlomo, of Solomon, and Malka Shaba, and the Queen of Sheba, right? Malka Shaba, or Azab, what's his Azab Nagist. I think the is right there. The summary of the content of the Kibra Nagist, right? The summary of the content. So we're gonna skip over that. That's like all the intro right there. So just looking at the chapters of the Kibra Nagist. This means in the Ethiopic the glory of kings. And the question is, well, why is it called the Kibra Nagist? And what does it really mean, the glory of kings? The great thing is that in the glory of kings, which was such a fundamental document, not just for, our Godfather and King of Kings, as Rastafari, Kadamama Haile Selassie, but also for that Davidic Solomonic dynasty. There's a foreword in an older book that speaks about the establishment, right, of the Hebrew establishment and the Israelite establishment in Ethiopia. This backs up when we say the Israelites of Ethiopia. Now, even today, they say that Ethiopia has up to 80 different or so, give or take, ethnicities. Now, formerly they would say tribes, but different ethnicities. This explains the fact of the title King of Kings of Ethiopia, right? King of Kings of Ethiopia. Sometimes we say things, but we don't understand the context of what we're saying. The King of the Kings of Ethiopia. Each ethnicity, right, or peoples or nations. Actually, these different ethnicities were known in former, right? We could call it Israelites of Ethiopia, imperial times, and former times as nations. But the King of Kings and establishment, right, was that Hebrew establishment, which is the core establishment that we would call Solomonic, the Davidic Solomonic dynasty, right? And therefore the other kings, right? And this amazing thing that was done is actually like biblical prophecy, actually, that with this Israelite civilization, right, in Ethiopia, this man was born there, 87 and 4, Psalm 87 and 4, right? Was able to get the trust and loyalty over thousands of years, right, of basically a rulership. Doesn't mean that the other people didn't have their own, you could call it autonomy or sovereignty in their regions, but they acknowledge in most times, the king, right, the Davidic king. So David had a son named Solomon. Solomon had a son named David, who renew the kingdom of David in the tops of the mountains. And then we go to the Psalms, even the Psalms of David, and we see many interesting pointings to Ethiopia, like princes come out of Egypt, Ethiopia stretched over the hands of God, like the 87 and 4 with Ethiopia, this man was born there. And also there's other areas, I think Psalm 70, 72, right, where it says that the Ethiopians shall bow before him. right? So prostrate or worship/bow before him, right? And he would give to them, Leviathan, and Leviathan, like this beast system will be dismantled. That's the other area. That's the Psalm, but that's the area where Ethiopia is actually there in the scripture, but in some of the later translations, they kind of fudge it, right? But be that as it may, that's just some additional background there. But here on the Kepler and Guest, how does the Kepler and Guest connect with the Torah reading and feeding? And this is here what backs up and substantiates some of our scholars like the Yemenite, Ethiopian Yemenite Yehudi, right, or Israelite, scholar, Dr. Professor Ephraim Isaacs, right, what he said in an interview and in a presentation that in his scholarly studies, and he has some very good books, points of reference, but he says that in studying by the churches, and then in studying the Ethiopian Tewahedo or Orthodox Church, it finds it to be the most Jewish, right, so to speak. This is the terminology that they use in this world, right? We're in the world, not of it, but so you know what we're referencing, right? The most Jewish of the churches. Now, one will say, what does that mean? Right? What does that mean? Well, that means that the Israelites of Ethiopia were using this symbol that some people call the Star of David, right? Before the latter-day European Jews started to co-opt that symbol back in the 18th and the 19th century. And a lot of that was because of research, where people were going around the world and saying, "Oh, look, there's Israelites over here and Israelites over here," and we found the Beta Israel over here, right? And we think that had a lot to do with even the so-called revival of modern Hebrew, understanding certain ancient Shemitic and Afro-Shemitic principles, right? And having certain evidence. But be that as it may, here we have the Kepler and the Gas. So it begins off with the glory of kings. So that first chapter basically explains what is meant by the glory of kings and the greatness of kings, right? And then it comes to chapter 3, where it mentions the kingdom of Adam. Let's do this so you can see this more full screen, right? The kingdom, right? The kingdom of Adam, right? There we go, the kingdom of Adam, right? Now, this is important because if I said to you that Adam was a king, what would you say? See, then that brings us to the point of what is king. According to the King of Kings of Ethiopia, the king is the first servant of the state or the status, the status of the society, the status quo. The king is the first servant, right? Is the first servant. But there's the kingdom of Adam, right? And this is important to understanding what we have within the biblical, the Torah, or the Orit, the Ethiopic Orit, right? Orit is the Ethiopic way of bringing out the essence of the Hebraic Torah, right? So what we have in the Orit Zefitret, the Orit of creation, known as Bereshith or Genesis, right? With Cain and Abel, right? They were making a sacrifice, right? And one was respected and the other one was disrespected or not respected, right? And what that caused right there, right? And then that's the 4th chapter concerning envy. And the word envy, Hebraically, if you look at the word kayin, kana, and kina, right? A word for zealousy, right? Or even jealousy, or even envy, or even zeal. These words are Hebraic related to that root word. So chapter 4, it goes into concerning envy. Now, I've often pointed to, and I'll point to it again at the Kepler and the Guest, for lack of a better word, but to put it in context would be like our Ethiopic Talmud, right? And now Talmud is the opposite word that means teaching. Many people, they go off on Talmud, but then there's the Jerusalem Talmud, which is almost 180 degrees opposite. In fact, the Babylonian is a commentary on the earlier one, right? But not to even go there, the word Talmud is the operative word. Let's translate that into Ethiopic. Timharet, right? Talmud Timharet. Give us the teaching of His Majesty. So this is our Ethiopic teaching. In other words, different Yehudi or Judaic and Israelite communities that were able to survive, right? And even some of those that did not fully survive, manuscripts are found, right, where they are giving study commentary on areas of scripture that they were reading. right, from the Torah, right? And this enables students later on in their Torah studies, when coming across difficulties, to look at, what their ancestors, their forefathers had said. We had a psalm the other day, I think it was 78. In Psalm 78, it says something very interesting, because some might dismiss and say, oh, we don't need nobody's commentary. That's interesting, because people's whole life is based on other people's commentary, right? Since the very moment we're born. Now we find that some commentaries are true, right? And some we can't really assess whether they're true, but they seem to be true, and we accept as true. And others we find blatantly as being false, right? Like they say, what, old wives' tale, so to speak, right? And it's not against the wives, not at all, but that's what they call it that. So in Psalm 70, what was the Psalm 78 we had in the previous Shavua? We talked about that as being like a kind of historical psalm right there, right? It's a maskil of Asaph. And what does it say? Give ear, O my people, right, to my law. Now, that word there in Psalm 78, verse 1 is Torah. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in a parable. Remember the parables of Moshiach, right? The proverbs. The word proverb and parable, both in the Ethiopic and the Amharic and also in the biblical Hebrew, is the same word. We have mashal, right? Misal, misale, mashal, mishle. The word for parable and proverbs is one word, especially in the translation, right? I will utter dark sayings of old, of the ancient times, of the first times, right? That we have heard. Here's the verse: that we have what heard and known, and our fathers, our forefathers, and our fathers, right, have told us. Now, this is Psalm 78, verse 3. So this is a old Israelite, Judahite psalm right here. It's in book 3 of the Psalter, right? The Sefer Tehillim. And what is it telling us? It's telling us that past times and time before us, that they heard and inclined their ears to the teachings of their fathers, their personal fathers, as well as their forefathers, their patriarchs. This is important, because some would seek to dismiss this, right, and dismiss other teachings, right? And if they are Israelite teaching and Judahite teachings of our people, right, that right there is going against the spirit and the essence, of Torah, and that's going against the way. That's out of the way. That's astray, right? So here it teaches that, right, we have heard and known, and our fathers, our forefathers, our fathers. That's why in the Torah it says, it goes against Torah. In the Torah it says to teach your children, to teach it to your children. Now, some might think that's just reading the scripture. This is interesting, because according to the scripture, the Israelites were very literate. So I want to also do something that we did in the early days and maybe has slacked off. Forgive me, slicha, slicha li, forgive I, and and I, slicha lanu, right? That we have not really emphasized it is literacy. And some of us may have issues on literacy, right? Reading and writing. But there's a lot of resources, internet, online, free resources, where ones can get up their skills, the basic skills. We think like reading and writing, right, is like a human right. You know what I mean? Why? Because the Son of Man, the true human being, Yeshua HaMoshiach, what does he says? He says, have you not read? Right? Therefore, if he says, have you not read? That means there's a presupposition that reading is something that one is able to do and should be able to do. So like illiteracy and ignorance, especially with the basics, reading, writing, arithmetic, that is a violation. These are basic, basic skills, especially for humanity at the point that we are today, and also the point that we hopefully reach that great summit destined for us by the great Creator. Yes, sir. So here it says, we have heard and known, and our fathers, our patriarchs have told us. Then the verse 4 says, we will not hide, do what? Hide them from their children. Notice what it says, not from our children. We will not hide them from their children. So the importance, see, this is what happened to the once lost, now found, black and brown people over here in America, the Caribbean, and elsewhere, but over here, especially for I, is that ignorance. And we can see that our ancestors, right, even during times of chattel slavery, where it was forbidden under the pain of death, right, for a so-called enslaved that they want to call slave. And in Slav, that's not our ethnicity. And they say we were slaves. No, that's not our ethnicity. They call us Slavs, right? For in Slav, to even be able to read, one, right? Read anything, really, right? Unless they were allowed to, but most were not, right? Or to, especially to read the Bible and to read and to share the Bible. You see what I'm saying? So reading seems to be something that the Israelites did, even from according to the narrative. They read, right? And they wrote, right? So people thousands of years ago could read or write, and we can see how important that was, because many other peoples didn't read and write, but we see in the Torah narrative that there was at many places and stages a high level of literacy. Even when we talk about ones like Enoch, it is said from the Ethiopic Israelites of Ethiopic tradition that Enoch, right, was one of the first to be taught letters, right? It is said, right? Some say that Ethiopic is legendary, and some legends sometimes have some truth to it, but from the teaching that it was Enoch who was the first to learn letters in the Ethiopic, right, in its earliest form, right? Today we have it in its later form, but in its earlier form, right, was that, language. And Ethiopic and Hebrew bears a lot of similarities in its ancient context. These are just different fonts. On one level, when we look at some ancient languages, we're just looking at different font types. And we're confusing, because we don't read the language itself, the font type to be different languages. You know what I'm saying? But be that as it may, here it says we will not hide them, right? Hide what? What's of them? The teachings, right? We have heard them, what we've heard and known, right? And our fathers have told us, right? So with writing, this became one of the best ways for communicating, right? And passing on. You know what I mean? I mean, how could a man divorce his wife and give her a bill of divorce according to Moses' law, right, if he could not read or write? Who knows what was written on the paper? And then how could she know? Okay, she gets the paper in her hand and she can't read or write, so she's looking at it and said, "What's this? It's a bill of divorce." She could say, "How do I know? I can't read or write." You see what I'm saying? So it presupposes, how can we write it on the doorpost of our, our gates, write these things, you know what I mean? And on our heart, if we can't write, or how we would communicate the Torah. Not saying that people didn't have better memories. Some people say that the ancient peoples, like the telephone game. You heard about the telephone game? The telephone game, like I tell you something, you tell somebody, we all like whisper somebody to you, and then the last person, it comes out totally different, right? And we think that that's the way it always was, but that's not so. It's clear from many ancient cultures, right, including the biblical culture, that was not so. You know what I'm saying? But be that as it may, it says here, we will not hide them from their children, right? Because even our children, in a sense, are like their children. Shewing, you know how it says it takes a village? Shewing to the generation to come, showing what they have said, what they have taught us, right? What they have revealed to us, to the generation to come, the praises, right, of Yahweh, and his strength and his wonderful works that he have done. All right. So basically, reading and writing, I just want to point to that because it came to mind right here. You know what I mean? Because it says that the generation to come might have the knowledge of, the children that should be born, right? Who should arise. So when the children arise, they're to declare it to their children. Now, something happened for us as the once lost, now found. This transmission, was broken. You know what I mean? And of course, the curse of disobedience came full. Right? Right? But then also within the same scripture, where there's the curse of disobedience, is also the baraka for restoration, and the times would come. Some say after 400 years. We say also yes, but that's a whole area of scripture that we have to do due diligence, because a lot of people are trying to dismiss it. You know what I mean? Based on the ignorance. You know what I mean? Based on the ignorance of many of the people that they're arguing with, that pointing to something correct, but haven't done the prerequisite study, right? To bring it forward in real time, in this time, right? But be that as it may, we have chapter 4 concerning envy, right? Right? This is what it sets up what occurs between Cain and Abel, or Cain and Hebel, right? This envy, this jealousy, this envy, right? This zeal, this zeal gone wrong, right? You know what it says in the scripture, that they have a zeal, right, but not according to knowledge, right? So the fifth chapter is the kingdom of Seth, right? I'm just giving you an overview right here, right? But if you recall where we're at this fourth Torah reading and feeding, we can already see that it is dovetailing, as it were. So what this taught us was that, even within the composition of the book called the Kevin and Gas, it has a Torah study pattern, right? It has a Torah reading and feeding pattern, right? And it highlights subject matters, right, that may not be overtly, right, within the text, right, or at least within the translated text for us today. Because remember that a lot of this Bible stuff, Christianity stuff, has been like a lot of leaven. They put a lot of leaven into it. You know what I'm saying? To puff it up into something else. To puff it up into non-nutritional, food. You know what I mean? For the spirit and the soul, right? The kingdom of Seth. Then we have the sin in the sixth chapter, we have the sin of Cain. Right now, in these chapters, it's basically speaking about what occurred, after the garden. What occurred, after the garden, and with Cain killing Abel. Right, but what we see is that Adam had a rulership. Right, Adam had a rulership, and then the determination of who the rule will go, which son. Right. Therefore, the sacrifice. One son, recognizing he would not get it. Right. Also, within the chapters, it brings out also where did their wife come from. Right. It presents a very ancient teaching from our studies. Right. That twins, right, were born in those early days. The other day, we met a woman. I forget where exactly that she was from in the continent of Africa. And she was mentioning, I think because the person who's printing out her picture, maybe saw her and her siblings. And then she mentioned that she's part of triplets and how she had triplets, and that everybody like in her line has triplets. Some even have doubles, like have twins and everything like that. And I didn't put it together then, but just sharing this with you right here, right now, I said, right? And this is known, right? This is known. So the fact that the Kevin Nagas and other, right, ancient Judaic, Hebrew, Israelite sources also points to these same facts here. And these are from different dispersed, right, Judaic and Hebrew traditions, all looking at the same text. This is very interesting. Because when we look at Christian interpretations, a lot of different denominations don't even have the same, you know what I mean? And they're all like together, speaking, reading the same Bible. And you know what I'm saying? They have all this difference, but yet we have different communities of Yehudi, right? Some in Europe, yeah, but more also in Africa, parts of Africa, and also, Arabia, also India, also as far as China and other places. Remember, Yahweh said to all the nations, right? Scattered in every nation. So we get the sisters as well and what was going on. So it's like a twofold. It's a twofer. Who would marry, right, which sister, since both of them had twins, right? And then also, who would be the heir, right? Who would be the heir? Well, it was all in line for Cain. Cain, from the natural tradition, he is the natural firstborn. And we see in the Cain being the natural firstborn, one would say it'd be the right of the firstborn. I mean, even Torah says it goes to the firstborn. Doesn't Torah say that? But what's interesting is that in his working out, right, of his will, right, we see it even in the scripture, even coming up right here, that literally, right, Ishmael was the firstborn, but actually it goes to who, right? It goes to Yitzhak, right? And then we keep seeing this pattern that the natural firstborn, right, according to, how can we say, according to God's, the Almighty's will, right, it does not go to them. Like, who would be, like, to say, the king, so to speak, or who would be, the Adon, the Lord, Master, Sovereign, who would be the one responsible, right? We have Abraham, right? Isaac, Jacob, right? So there was Abraham. He had brothers and others. Lot was running around with him, but it was not to go to Lot. He's related. He's a relative. You know what I mean? How about Isaac? But Ishmael was born first. But who would the heir be? It would be Yitzhak. And that word is enforced by Yahweh's edict, by his word, son, right? According to the scripture. And then we get Jacob, Esau, and Jacob. Esau is the firstborn. Doesn't go to him either. You see what I'm saying? So Yahweh instructs us as regular rank and file. This is how we do it. It's to the firstborn, right? But in the prophetic line, in the will of Yahweh, we see something different being done. And then we see this first example here, right, in Bereshit, in the first book, right, just to make that connection of pattern recognition. So the sin of Cain, which now kind of leads to the whole daughters of men, right? This both has packed in it the Nephilim, the fallen angels is all packed in this, the Nephilim, right? Connected to the Cain, connected to the Cain. Cain was run off. Cain was removed from the presence of Yahweh. See, if Cain was removed from the presence, don't we have to question this whole idea of omnipresence? Because if Cain is removed from the presence, you say, you drove me out from your face, from your presence. So if Cain is removed from the presence, but then religious people say that Yahweh is omnipresent. That means he is in every place at the same time, right? This is very unbiblical. This is it's extremely unbiblical. Now, are we saying that Yahweh's power, Elohim, the Creator's power, well, no, everything is sustained by his power. Even the Brit Chadasha, the New Covenant tells us that by his word of power. In the beginning was the word was Elohim, right? So everything is kept together. This whole simulation or reality is kept together based on his power. So his power, of course, is everywhere because there's no power but him. All power, all power belongs. All right, you know what I'm saying? So there's a kind of confusion among folks between his power, right? For example, there's a confusion between many other religious folks between his power, right? Summed up Hebraically as Elohim, right? His attribute as power and creator, right? And his name Yahweh, right? And his person, his presence. People confuse those. All right. So it's almost like saying that my power is everywhere, but I don't present my face, my presence, my person. So I'm not omnipresent. Does he have the ability to be omnipresent? Yes. Right. But does the scripture say that he's omnipresent? No. That is actually some like kind of Roman Catholicism, intellectual Latin and Roman Catholicism thing. That's where that comes from. That basically that's where this come from. All right. He's the Almighty. He has ability, right? But he clearly expresses that, some come into his presence, others are not in his presence. All right. So, and it's interesting because today's Psalm 139 is speaking about the omniscience, like all knowing, and the omnipresent, right, of Yahweh. So this kind of interesting. That's one of the themes of it, right? Which is kind of interesting, right? We're going to explore that right there, right? And omniscient mean like all science. He's all science. Omniscient. Scient is science. Omniscience, omniscient, like all knowing. Like we said before, science is knowledge, right? And, scient or scient is like knowing, right? So he's all knowing, right? Are we going to question that? According to scripture, we can. Right? Because remember what it says, who is the speaker that says, now I know that you to Abraham, right? In the whole sacrifice or the aborted sacrifice, but the binding of Isaac, because he wasn't sacrificed, but he was bound. He says, now I know. Or was that the angel of Yahweh? Okay, right? Be that as it may, Cain was removed from the presence. Right? He was like run out of the inheritance. He had no part here. He had to go out there, and he was afraid that there'd be people that are going to know what he did and going to kill him. So that also tells us, seems as though it wasn't his mother or father that's going to kill him, because he would say, my mother and my father are going to kill me, right? But no, he's not thinking about them. He said, but whoever find him. So there's some knowledge that there's more people or beings other, and he goes to a land called Nod, right? And Nod means wandering. And then we read about the fallen angels. They fell from their own estate. They're like wandering stars. Does it speak about them as wandering stars? All right. So there's where Cain went. Cain went to the Nephilim. Cain went to, they said, go to hell. He went to the Nephilim. Right. But now Seth is born. And now Seth continues that, you could say, uh, uh, heritage or the heirship, right? Seth becomes that heir, right? And then we have Seth's line and Seth's lineage, distinct from Cain and Cain's lineage. It's very distinct there, right? This is what gives us the background, the context, you know what I mean, to Genesis chapter 6, right? But let's go on. We have Noah. And now Noah, that's what comes next. We'll get to the 7th chapter, and like the Torah portion known as Noah. Right? We have the flood, right? We have the covenant of Noah, right? Then in the midst of that, there it's concerning Zion, concerning Zion. It doesn't say concerning Zionism, right? Or ism, schism. No, concerning Zion, getting to the root, getting to the truth, right? In the 11th chapter is declaration of the 318 Orthodox fathers. Now, this is, of course, in the Oriental Church tradition, the true church, the professing church, the Tewahedo Church, and the other sister church traditions, right? The 5 sister churches, of which the Ethiopian, right, church is one of those 5 sister churches. But notice the number is 318. You remember when Lot was kidnapped and his family? That Abraham mustered up, he had 318 of his trained household servants. Whoa. All right. What am I saying about that? The 318. This that number is interesting, right? Is there more to it? Yes, but just to point out, that's an interesting curiosity, right? Let's put it there, right? 318 Orthodox fathers. Abraham had 300. Remember, Abraham is the father of the faith. The Orthodox fathers, right? They were to be like the fathers, or even in a sense like the stepfathers of the faith, or like the godfathers of the faith. They were there to help to usher in, right, the true teachings from the apostles and from Moshiach himself. Interesting, because Abraham is the father of the faith, and he had 318. You know what I mean? Trained household servants. Then we get to chapter 12. In chapter 12, we have Canaan. Canaan. Remember, this is still in the Noah. This is connected with the Noah, right? And remember that in the second Torah reading and feeding, right? For Parshat Noah, we have Canaan. Just on the record, it does say curse be Canaan, but I think people have misinterpreted that curse. And it says he be a servant of servant, not a slave of slave. People have misinterpreted that. Remember when Christ, Moshiach, says that the greatest will be servant to you all? Right? Remember the judgment against Babylon is reward her double for how they have served. How they did what? How they served us. Okay, so Canaan is said to be, right? We touched on it briefly before, but we need to get into who are the Canaanites, Canaan, right? Who are the Canaanites and his 11 sons? His 11 sons, right? His 11 sons, right? Then we get Abraham. You see how the Lech Lecha is coming in at the 13? When we get to 13, we get to Abraham, and that's our previous Torah portion, the 3rd, right? Lech Lecha. Then we have chapter 14, the covenant of Abraham, actually, Abraham, the covenant of Abraham, right? And then we get to chapter 15, right? We have Yitzhak and Yaakov, Isaac and Jacob, right? So now, notice at this particular 4th, like the 4, right? Also the sign of the cross, 4, the plus sign. At this particular point, it might seem to diverge a little bit, right? It goes into a different, right, set of narrative, but we'll get into some of the detailed chapters, because let's go to chapter, right? This is more the Solomon, Queen of Sheba story right here, right? Bringing out more of what Kings allude to, right? The book of Kings alludes to, right? Like sometimes some things happen, and like I could tell my home audience some things, but I'm not going to go into too many details, right? But then the other party can go into more details, but I would allude to it in what I've, this is what happens in the book of Kings, right? This gives like the background, the context here, right? Because remember, it was 12,000 at least Israelites that went with the son of Queen of Sheba and King Solomon. And then when we look at the history and other evidence since then, we can basically see a connection, right, of truth to that, right? in chapter 82, it says Abraham's journey into Egypt. So no, it's chapter 82. So what happens is it begins off like in the Torah narrative, then the Solomon Sheba, right? Then building on that, getting into various aspects of that, and also other related areas. So it's like, you know how we'll talk about this in this Torah portion, then we'll maybe go ahead, right, into scripture of the New Testament to make a link with what, say, Messiah says, or what one of the apostles says, or one of the prophets says, or what Yahweh says through them, right? And then we'll make that link. Well, this is how it kind of also reads in certain areas. So it might seem on the outside like what's going over here, going over there, but actually study it, you'll see that it was following along with the Torah studies, right, and providing additional information. Because remember, we have the Haftarah, right? The Haftarah is the prophet's reading. So many of the prophets' readings also kind of some of them is not always the prophets, like the main prophets that we know of, right? But other prophets that are like Samuel, going to the book of Samuel and Kings, even into Joshua and Judges. You check, right? So we get Abraham's journey into Egypt. We get king of the Ishmaelites. Interesting. King of who? The Ishmaelites. The connection to Abraham. Then it segues right here. Remember, even those people, the Ishmaelites, right? The real Ishmaelites are like the black Arabs, the ones who, the so-called Africans, they consider themselves to be more Arab or Arab speaking. Some of them, many of them also Islamic, more or less, right? These are more of the real Ishmaelites of Ishmael. Remember, Ishmael's mother got a wife for him from Egypt. And at the time that occurred, we can see that these were melanated black peoples. Right? You know what I mean? So just to put that into context right there, who are the real Ishmaelites? Right? Not confusing the Ishmaelites with some of the people they mix with, who are the Edomites. So most of the Arabs today really have a more Edomite connection than really Ishmael. They're like in Ishmael's thing. It's almost like European Christians are in, Israelites thing, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like the Bible, but it's not really theirs in a sense. So understanding who are the ethnic people and who are people who come into the religious side of it, you know what I mean? Or the faith-based side of it. Not saying anything is wrong with that, but the truth is always good. Now here, notice this right here. In chapter 89, Queen Makeda, the queen of the south, Queen of Sheba, her address to the Israelites in Ethiopia. You see that? Just the one to see that right there. Right? To the what? To the who? To the Israelites in Ethiopia. Right? So what was the address to the Israelites in Ethiopia? Yeah, I'm taking a little screenshot. Yeah, I don't know why it always pops up like that. Right? But let's go over here. Right? Address to the Israelites in Ethiopia. Right? The Israelites had come with the son of Queen of Sheba and King Solomon. Right? 'Cause remember, Yahweh says that David will never lack a man to sit on his throne. So if we see when the Israelite kingdom, right, the northern 10 tribes was taken off the board, then we see when the kingdom for the Israelites was also, right, basically for the Judahites had come to the end. What about what Yahweh said? He said that David will never lack. That means there still had to be some man sitting on the throne. And we know after they came from the Babylonian captivity, right, they were trying to regenerate a kingship. That was the great desire. But the dispute was that everyone that was a claimant, like the Hasmoneans, they was not truly Davidic descendants. So there was a whole argument among the Israelites. But many also knew that there was other Israelites and other Judahites elsewhere, like in Cush. This is why it says from beyond the rivers, Ethiopia. But be that as it may, right, we get the first war of Bina Lehem, David II. So Menelik is actually known as David II. We need to kind of bring that forward, bring that forward. Because people hear Menelik and they might think of Menelik II. You know what I mean? Right? And so to bring out the Israelite view, David II, right? And then it goes on. Oh, before we even go from there, there's something I want to show. Notice how when it says the regulations about meats, clean and unclean, because it said that the Ethiopian Christians, the Tewahedo Christians, have been observed by Romans and others, like the Catholics that interloped in the country for a time in the 1500s, that these ones are basically proper Christians from based on the Bible and the belief system, but they also have a lot of Jewish and Israelite stuff, right? And they were curious about why this, and then they asked the Ethiopians told them, and they didn't say, "Oh no, you're not." They just basically say, "Stop doing all the Jewish stuff, the circumcision, and don't worry about eat pork or whatever." You know what I mean? So even earlier history shows that other people encountered these same people and got the very same narrative, right? And nobody really disputes it. Only some people today that just found out they're Israelite from being on the street corner, right, disputes this. You know what I'm saying? It is ridiculous, right? So we get prophecies concerning Christ, Messiah, right? The 97, the murmur of the Israelites against Moses and Aaron, right? The rod of Moses and the rod of Aaron, right? See, some people also think that it was just one rod, but there was the rod of Moses and the rod of Aaron. Remember, right? Chapter 99, the parable of two slaves, right? Or two servants, right? The devil, right? And Adam. Think about that. Two servants, the devil and Adam. Who is a more faithful servant? That's a shame. It's almost the question is a shame, right? Who is a more faithful servant? The devil or Adam? I mean, if you're truthful, it's not Adam, right? In that sense, you know what I'm saying? 100, right? 100, keeping it 100. This is the chapter we want to just connect right here. How the angels rebelled against Xavier, the circumlocution, the Ethiopic circumlocution for Yahweh, right? For Amlak, against Xavier, against the sustainer, against God, against Elohim, when he created Adam, right? How the angels rebel. So when we get to chapter 100, it actually unpacks, right, both Genesis. So it kind of takes us back to Bereshith, right, and to the early chapters that we have just come through right here, right? And this is where we get a fuller connection, a fuller build, on who's who and the proper interpretation, right, of Genesis chapter 6, right? Most people have a good sci-fi movie interpretation, of it, but be that as it may, some of it is, even the truth is somewhat sci-fi-ish, but what I'm trying to say, it's almost like just, like it's not really according to what is really said in the scripts, right? 101, concerning him that existed in everything, right? His being, his power, right? But his presence, his face, right? He can turn his face from something that he is causing to exist, right? But he doesn't invite that into his presence, right? The beginning, right? So here goes to the beginning, right? The horns of the altar and the significance. 104, the ark of Noah and the talk of the wicked, right? And 105, the belief of Abraham. So you'll see that in the Kepler and Gas, it turns on these early Torah portions. Because when you really look at it, go all the way to the Gospels, go all the way to New Testament books. You see books like Hebrews and elsewhere, and even the Apostles and Paul, they're making points of reference all the way in the Torah, right? Some to the early. Remember, even Paul is teaching us about Messiah. He goes back to Abraham has two sons. You know what I'm saying? To teach us something. So understand how the teaching from the fathers, from the teachers, the proper teaching was to go. That's why I brought out Psalm 78 that we had previously, that we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. We will not hide them from their children, shewing to the generation to come the praises of Yahweh and his strength and his wonderful works that he have done. All right, just want to point that out right there. So here it goes on to the belief of Abraham, prophecies concerning the coming of Messiah, right? The Messiah or Christ, glorious entrance into Jerusalem, the significance of that, right? The wickedness of HaYehudim, of the Judeans, the Judahite, especially in the first advent, the crucifixion, that led to the crucifixion, and that led to the resurrection, right? That led to the ascension. So there's the death, burial, right, and resurrection, and then the ascension, right? Don't confuse resurrection and ascension, right? The ascension after the resurrection of Moshiach and his second coming, right? His second advent, right? The prophets as prototypes of Moshiach. So remember, from a Judaic Hebraic, we would read a Torah portion, and then we also read from elsewhere in the scriptures, the prophets, right? Or one of the other books of the other prophets like Samuel and the Kings, as well, right? So the prophets as prototypes of Moshiach, right? The chariot in the Hebrew is known as the Merkabah, right? In Hebrew, we call the chariot the Merkabah, right? The Merkabah, right? The chariot, speaking about Yahweh's chariot, the Merkabah, and the vanquisher of the enemy, right? Then it speaks about the return of Zion, the return of Zion. Then it speaks about the judgment of Israel. Then it speaks about the Merkabah of Ethiopia, right? Then it speaks about the king of Rome and the king of Ethiopia, which is very interesting. The king of Rome and the king of Ethiopia. Then it kind of ends there, and there's a list of passages and different quotes from the Old and New Testament. So this is just a brief overview because we don't want to just talk about it again and not actually bring, bring to light, what I mean? Bring to light anything, from it. So here, let's just do this before we ride up right here, because you're the time. Give thanks for your time. Let's go through here. Okay, this is some of the opening pages. But we need to find time where we can kind of go into these things, maybe just focus, like zoom in on certain subject matters, right? But in the Torah reading and feeding, we have, how can I say, we have, how can you say, the Torah reading and feeding to deal with, right? And sometime in the Torah reading and feeding, right, we might not be able to, let's see, hold on for a moment. Let's see it right here. Yeah, we might not be able to go into all of the subject matters, but at least to address it and give an overview, because some of them need time, right? This is why the Torah reading and feeding in season out of season for fellow disciples is that sometimes in your copybook you can, we've done this before, write down questions, like, hey, I'd like to get into this more, but I got to pick up where we're at right here. And what I found is that sometimes the answers will come, you know, while we're going through other Torah portions. There's times I sometimes had to go back several pages, and had to like, oh wow, you know what I mean? Because sometimes the answer will, the fuller part of the answer, what you need, you'll get it as you continue, right? So right here, Terah's son Abraham. We want to just get into this Torah reading and feeding right here with Abraham. So we're just scrolling through Budge's overview, right? And it's a very interesting overview, but let's just go into translation this initially. Look at this right here. This is interesting right here. Abraham was a type or God the Father, and Isaac a symbol of Christ, of Moshiach, right? The ram of sacrifice. Isn't it interesting? Right? Isn't this kind of interesting right here? Because even the new covenant, right, kind of shows us that. That's why he called Abraham his friend, right? His friend, right? And then Isaac, like how Abraham was willing to give up his son, right? And how God, with Yeshua, the Bain Elohim Chayim. Now here in 104, just to show you like how there's more packed in. Those are just the general subject matters. It deals with Abraham's visit to Melchizedek. So we just had that, right? Who gave him the mystery, right, of bread and wine, the Eucharist, the breaking of bread and wine, that communion, we call it communion, which is also celebrated in our, quote, notice something right here. You see the quote, our Passover. So, of course, Budge was not really overtly Jewish. He was British and, nominally Christian, you know what I'm saying? But a pretty good scholar on certain levels. But he's speaking about like, he's interpreting the Ethiopian view of this. So that's why he said, quote, our Passover, right? And of course, the Israelites of Ethiopia would have kept the Passover, and that would have even influenced in times of Christ, right? So here we go right here. Here we actually are in the text right here. Let's let this load in. Where are we right here? Okay. There's a picture there. They have one of their pictures, right? Okay, here concerning Canaan. Now this also goes along with Jubilees, right? The book of Jubilees, right? So it's like cross comparison right here, studies. So we'll get back to Canaan, right? But let's go over here. Now you remember when we went through the the Noah Torah portion, right? The Noah Torah portion. Let me read this part here so you can get this part here. After the death of Shem, Arphaxad, right, he reigned. So it's kind of showing like, even when it says, blessed be the Lord God of Shem, it was like he had these three sons, right? Some say Shem was the oldest, but however it was, right? Shem, right, was the one who was to be like the heir of the father, Noah, right? So after Shem's passing, so he's the quote king or the one. Even it says of Moses that Moses was king in Yeshurun. Yeshurun is a poetical name for Israel. That Moses was king. He was not king in the outer king sense, but he was the main man. You know what I mean? You know, under the government of course, Yahweh Eloheinu. So now we get it from Shem. Blessed be the Lord God of Shem. That was a way of saying that, you know, you are the main brother. You know what I mean? And you are the heir. You know, basically it's like on you to keep your, you know, like even when people have children and they say it's like one child is supposed to keep the other children in line. You know what I mean? And be the one that, you know, you represent me. Right? So it's like passing the proverbial inheritance baton. So after the death of Shem, Arphaxad reigned, and after the death of Arphaxad, right, Kainan reigned. Now Kainan is interesting because if you look in your Bibles, right, they take Kainan out of the lineage. It's interesting. In the Ethiopic Bibles, in the King of Kings Bibles, in the Septuagint, and it said in some Hebrew manuscripts, right, that it's there, right, and it was there. And it's in the book of Jubilees. I'll give you the long and short. Kainan, one of the descendants after the flood, he had found certain artifacts, right? And these artifacts came from the time of the Nephilim and the fallen angels and Cain and all of that. You know, those who, you know, before the flood, right? He had found that, but because he knew, you know, that is something that the grandfather, that Noah, right, said no, because he told his children, like, you know, the history, right? Don't do this. But when he found these artifacts, Kainan, he kind of secreted them away and got a couple other folks with him, and you know what I mean? And ones would say, how did this stuff start up after this time? Right? Though most of the things was either washed away or destroyed, or many things are actually, they found a lot of stuff under the sea. They found whole cities under the sea, and they're like, wait, well, what's going on here? These whole cities and all this other stuff under the sea, right? And of course, they're gonna find some archaeology. But Kainan, he found this. So it says after death of Kainan, it's going to point him out, right? He found some archaeology that he immediately knew was not good, right? But he decided to keep it and keep it a secret, right? But it said that from these things, it got people curious about, you know, the other gods. Now Salah reigned, and after him Eber reigned, and after him Palek or Peleg reigned, and after him Ragal or Reu reigned, and after him Seroch or Serug reigned, and after him Nahor. Notice this, Nahor, which is Nahor, remember the Abraham relation, he reigned. And after him Terah or Terah reigned. And these are they who made magical images, right? Or you could say idolatrous, magical images. And they went to the tombs of their fathers and made an image, right, or picture of gold and silver and brass. And a devil, a Satan, or a spirit, a spook, a devil, used to hold converse with them out of each of the images of their fathers. Now, you know, I didn't pick up on this before. It wasn't just a painting, because paintings generally, even in Hebrew times, right, was not necessarily bad. People did have paintings, people did use art, right? But if you're now making an image and then you're going to say this is some sort of a god or whatever and start to bow down and do all this goofy stuff to it, well, then that right there is an idol. But here they say they made it of gold, silver, and brass. But you know, in technology, right, in certain technology, right, these are the metals that are also used in technology. And let's not think that the people of the past were untechnological. They still can't figure out how a lot of ancient things were done, right? It says, or do it themselves. and each of the images of their fathers, and say to them, O my son so and so, offer up to me a sacrifice, the son whom thou lovest. Now this is interesting. This is interesting right here, right? Why is this being mentioned? It sounds something like what, right? It's giving us a background because when they read the Torah, they said, man, why did this go on? Now remember, they're closer in ancient times to the original time. Some things were told, some things were shared, right? So yes, there's what is written and there's what is told. Even the Torah here says it. The Torah right here says that it's the words, it's my Torah, right? It's a Torah, but then it's also the words of the patriarchs, the elders, those who have hopefully knowledge, experience, and wisdom to teach it. Right? So this is from the ancient teaching. Oh, my son, so and so. So this is what would happen with the devils, right? And they slaughtered their sons and their daughters to devils or to Satans, right? To adversaries. And they poured out innocent blood to filthy devils. Now, here's what's interesting. This is now what gives us the the connection here, right? Isn't this right? Isn't this the connection here with Abraham, where we pick up right here, even in these Torah readings and feedings right here, right? Concerning Abraham, and Terah, right, begat a son and called him Abram or Abraham. And when called him Abram, right, aka Abraham. And when Abraham was 12 years old, see, we hear these stories, right? But we don't even know what the providence of the story, like where this thing come from, right? Now, I talked about the Book of Jubilees earlier, the fake, and the fake, what's they called, Jasher, a rabbinical, or later written. It's not the earlier book of Yashar. In fact, people have a wrong conception of what the word Yashar means, because Yashar, yeah. But anyway, I don't want to go back there, but we hear the story, right? Right, and many people say it. I've heard it preached, but they don't understand what the background of it. These were things that were, as Psalm 78 says, that we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. We will not hide them from their children, right? So here it says that when Abraham was 12 years old, his father Terah sent him to sell idols. And Abraham said, these are not gods. Right? So Abraham was already Ibri. He was already transcendent. He was in the world, but not of it. Like, he saw people doing this, but, he began to see through it, right? Because he was seeking the true God. These are not gods that can make deliverance, that can save, that can help you, that can rescue you, that can do anything for you. And he took away the idols to sell, even as his father had commanded him. So Abraham is here represented as a dutiful child, right? A son, right? He told the father, hey, these are not, but you said to go sell them. Okay, right? I'm going to do as my father, on my father. I'm going to go and sell. And he said to those to whom he would sell them, right? Do ye wish to buy gods, right? Idol gods that cannot make deliverance? Things made of wood and stone and iron and brass, that the hand of an artificer or a craftsman, right, hath made, right? And they refused to buy, right? They refused to buy the idols from Abraham or Abram, because he himself had defamed the images of his father. His father was a craftsman, right? Or he sold these things, produced them, right? And as he was returning, he stepped aside from the road, and he set the images down and looked upon them and said to them, I wonder now if you are able to do what I ask you at this moment, and whether you are able to give me bread to eat or water to drink. And none of them answered him, for they were pieces of stone and wood. And he abused them and heaped revilings upon them. Right? He cussed them out. And they never spake a word. They look like a person, statue, but well, if you curse somebody, they're going to say something. They're going to do something to you. And he buffeted the face of one and kicked another with his feet. And the third he knocked over and broke to pieces with stones. And he said to them, if you are not able to deliver yourselves from him, that buffeted you, like that punch you, right? And you cannot requite with injury him that injures you. In other words, I injure you, but you can't do nothing to me, right? How can you be called Elohim? Right? Those who worship you do so in vain for nothing, just wasting the time. And as for myself, I utterly despise you, and y'all shall not be my gods, or Elohai, my God. Right? Actually, in Hebrew, both is sort of true there. Then he turned his face to the east. Right? Look to the east, look to the, and he stretched out his hand and said, be thou Elohai, right? O Adonai, creator, Donai, creator of the heavens and the earth, creator, Koneh, Shemaim, wa Aretz, right? Remember what Melchizedek said, Koneh, Shemaim, the creator, right? The creator of the sun and the moon, the creator of the sea and the dry land, maker of the majesty of the Shemaim wa Aretz, of the heavens and earth, and of that that is visible, and of that that is invisible. So even at this point of Abraham's Hebrew tribe, it's a remarkable kind of, how can I say, he's free. He's free from that. He's recognizing they have a God for the tree, and a God for the land around the tree, and a God for the leaves, and a God for this. And I just beat all these guys, cuss them out. They can't do nothing, because he perceives in truth that there is Elohim Echad. Right? You know what I mean? He's able to perceive something that others were too lost to perceive. He says, oh, make of the universe, Rabino Shel HaOlamim, be Elohai, be my Elohim. I place my trust in thee, right? And from this day forth, I will place my trust in none other save the I self. Right? So I guess this was probably going on for a while as he was coming to the true God consciousness, right? To recognize that all these idols and all this, you know what I mean? And then this is why he's called the father of the faith, right? Just to understand his testimony here. And then there appeared to him, right? It says here, a chariot of fire that blazed, and Abraham was afraid and fell on his face to the ground. And here it says, Elohim said to him, fear thou not, stand upright, right? Stand upright, that's right. And here this links with Genesis chapter 15 and 1, right? Chapter 15 and 1, another close encounter of Yahweh Eloheinu. Remember it says, and Yahweh and the Lord appeared. It doesn't tell us how he appeared, but he was seeable or visible in some way. And he removed fear from him, right? So here we get the covenant, right, of Abraham as well. And you can see down here is, right, the covenant of Abraham. And Elohim held converse with Abraham. And he said to him, fear thou not, from this day thou art my servant, right? And I will establish my covenant with thee and with thy seed after thee, and I will multiply thy seed, and I will magnify thy name exceedingly, and I will bring down the tabernacle of my covenant upon the earth 7 generations after thee, and it shall go round about with thy seed, and shall be salvation to thy race, or to thy, words seed and race. We'll seek to bring that out. We discovered that the word seed could be translated la raza. They say la raza, but then that also equals like to seed and race. But be that as it may, to his descendants. And afterward, I will send my word. Now, when we see the word like this, right, this is pointing to Yeshua, the pre-incarnate Yeshua. The beginning was the word was, yes. So who is greater? The one who speaks the word, or the word that is spoken, right? Right? The Father and Son is one, right? The Father, Elohim, and his word is one. But of course, he is greater, right? The fatherhood is greater than sonship, right? And the speak of the word is greater, because that's why Yeshua says that, some things is only known to the Father, because you know what I mean? He's the one that speak the word. That's why Yeshua says he only speaking that which he was commanded to, and his words are not his own, but the Father, right? Because he is of the Father, and the Father's in him, for the salvation of Adam and his sons forever. And at this moment, these who are thy kinsmen are evil men. right? Or rebels, right? And my divinity, which is true, they have rejected. So by worshiping idols and idolatry, it's like they're rejecting his true divinity. They're saying that these statues are comparable to he who created the heavens and earth. And as for thee, that day by day they may not seduce thee, come, get thee forth. So you see right there where it says, get thee forth out of this land. So this here, doubling with the third Torah reading and feeding, Lech Lecha, right, to later with get thee forth out of this land, the land of thy fathers, to the land that I will show thee, and I will give it to thee, to thy seed, right, after thee. That's why sometimes I say to thy race, to bring out the true context of race, not this Satanism, And Abraham made obeisance to Elohim and was subject to his Elohim, Elohav. And Elohim said to him, thy name shall be Abraham. So here's like kind of giving us a summary, right here, but it's very important, right? This summary. And he gave him the salutation of peace, the salutation of shalom, right? And went up into Shemaim. And Elohim, he did what? He ascended, right? So here went to what? God bowed the heavens and come down, right? And he also appeared. He appeared to Abraham, right? And Abraham returned to his abode, and he took Sarah, right, his wife, and went forth, and did not go back to his father and his mother and his house and his kinfolk. And he forsook all for Elohim's sake, for the Creator's sake. And he arrived in the city of Shalem, and dwelt there, and reigned in righteousness, and did not transgress the commandment of Elohim. And Elohim blessed him exceedingly, and at length he possessed, you see right here, the 318 stalwart servants who were trained in war. It's obvious from even the biblical narratives that they went on night mission, did all this black ops. They were able to actually conquer, right, an imperial army, like an army of a nation, a national, or part of their, conquer their troops. You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, from a Torah perspective, right, Yahweh also assisted because the stars, right, also fought, and who stood before him and performed his will. But because Abraham was willing to even take on such a thing, right, it says like he laid down his life. Abraham laid down his life for his brother, for his nephew, aka for Lot, right? No greater love, right? And they wore tunics richly embroidered with gold, and they had chains of gold about their necks, and belts of gold round about their loins, and they had crowns of gold on their heads. It's a little interesting narrative there. We can go over that, but let's just read through this here. And by means of these men, Abraham vanquished his foe, and he died in glory in Elohim, and was more gracious and excellent than those who were before him. He was gracious and held in honor and highly esteemed. Now, here, this is chapter 12 and chapter 13, drawing out some key significances. So, right here, the sacrifice of Isaac, of course, we showed you and went over the overview. It's contained elsewhere within this document, but I just wanted to just kind of bring out in demonstration what we were speaking about right there, but right here, for this Torah reading and feeding, right? For this Torah reading and feeding, here we go right here. We're going to just segue, get right into it. The fourth right here, at least the first two aliotes, right? So here we go. Right, this week's reading, the fourth. Right, many Yehudi would refer to modern Ivrit, or what they call modern Hebrew, as Vayera. We say in the ancient pointing Vayera. I know some of this we meant to update. We just have the basic, the way it's said today, but more correctly, instead of the Va, the Wa. Vayera. Wa and Yera. Wa and Yera. And I appeared. Wa and Yera, for Vayera. And I appeared. Right? In the Authorized Revised Amharic Bible, is translated as Tegelet Elet. Tegelet Elet. Tegelet, to reveal or be like that's it's revealed, let to him, to be revealed to him, right? Like to be revealed to him, to be revealed to him. and he appeared, right? And he became visible, right? In other words, Yahweh became seeable. And we're going to see right here how he was seen. Ready, Chaverim? How he was seen. So here for us, we call this the Hebrew, right? Simply the Hebrew Trinity. Others might call it the Jewish Trinity, but there's a good book by Yoel Natan, very good book, the Jewish Trinity right there. But he goes into the Torah, right, and to the Hebrew, the Yehudit of the Torah, and explains some things that get lost in translation, right, which shows this oneness in divinity, but a threeness in face, aspect, or manifestation. Thus, they would call it Father, Son, Holy Spirit within the times of Moshiach and the Brit Chadasha times, right? But that's because that's what the Yehudi, the Judeans from after the Babylonian captivity and even before had come to understand, right? And also understood. So right here, right? We have this Torah reading and feeding. Here is the overview right here. Let me bring that up on the screen. Here we have Genesis chapter 18. We pick up with chapter 18, verse 1 to verse 14. The second reading, Genesis chapter 18, verse 15 to verse 33. All right, now this is like the epicenter right here. All right, this is the epicenter right here. So we have Yahweh appearing to Abram. And how does he appear? As three mortal men, right? According to the Hebrew, right? Right? Shalosha Nashim, right? As these three men. And then as we read the narrative, right? From these three men, that he also, when he calls them Lord, he calls all of them Lord, right? As though they are like all three of them are as one. It's very interesting what is found in the Hebrew when we study the Hebrew narrative right there. So we call this the Hebrew triune, right? God revealed, or the Hebrew Trinity in the house of Abraham. Actually, we had got that from some of our Israelite of Ethiopia study. They have a thing called Selassie be Beta Abraham. Selassie, Trinity, right? We say Shalush, Ha Kadosh in the Hebrew, but they say Selassie in the is to Amharic, Selassie be Beta Abraham, in the Beta, in the house of Abraham, right? So we call this right here the Hebrew Trinity in the house of Abraham, and we'll seek to substantiate that, right, from the text. So here we get the prophets reading in 2 Kings chapter 4, verse 1 to 37. This is the overview. The prophets reading right here, right? The Brit Chadasha, New Covenant reading. We have Luke chapter 1, verses 26 to verse 38. And Luke chapter 24, right? Focus verses 36 to 53. And Peter, 2 Peter, right? Chapter 2, focus verses 4 to 11, right? And often, as we just do right here, just a brief kind of outline. It's not saying this is all the subject matter. You may find a subject matter in this here that's not listed here, but these are some of the main study subject matters right here, right? A promise, a son promised to Abraham and Sarah. Now they are new named, right? Not Abram and Sarai, but Abraham and Sarah. In chapter 18, judgment pronounced upon Sodom, right? In verse 16. Then chapter 19 and 1, the depravity of Sodom, right? Or Sodom, right? And in verse 12, Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Destroyed. We get to 1930, right? 1930, the shameful origin of Moab and Ammon. We get to 20 and 1. We get Abraham and Sarah at Gerar. And in chapter 21, verse 1, the birth of Yitzhak, of Isaac. In verse 8 of 21, Hagar and Ishmael sent away, right? In verse 22, round about there, we got Abraham and Abimelech, they make a covenant, right? And then in chapter 22, we get the command. Here it says the command to sacrifice Yitzhak. Right? Now remember we just read in the Kevin Neges, right? Right? Because remember it says that Yahweh, he tested right? He tested, right? Tested Abraham, right? Abraham was tested. And people say, well, God doesn't test because that's what it says in James. I think people misread. God does not test or tempt with evil. He's not going to test or tempt with evil. He'll warn ones, and one can choose, but he's not testing and tempting, and he cannot be tested or tempted with evil. Right? That's what James is actually talking about, right? Because it's clear, right, that is, you test something, even if you think something is sure, you still test it. Okay, this person said they can do the job, they can do it within an hour. Okay, go ahead. Right, go ahead. And if they do, I'm gonna reward you. And it's like, well, you do that, and I got something bad, a trick. No, because Abraham. Well, we'll get into that. That's at the end, near the end in chapter 22, verse 1. Right, we get the command to sacrifice Isaac. So some call it the sacrifice of Isaac, but from a Hebrew, Judaic, and Torah perspective, it's the binding of Isaac, right? But this binding of Isaac and Abraham's willingness, it becomes almost like for a covenant or contract, where the contract becomes binding, right? This is context, right? Genesis 22 and 20, the children of Nahor, right? And then in the prophets reading, we have Elisha and the widow's oil. Slicha, I think I was reading for brother. I might have said Elijah, right? Actually, more correctly, it was Elisha, because Elijah, his disciple was Elisha, right? So we get Elisha, right, and the widow's oil, and Elisha raises the Shunammite son. It's interesting when Yeshua is in the synagogue, the Jewish Yehudi church of Nazareth, the synagogue of Nazareth, right? He goes up to read, right, from Isaiah 61. And then he closed the book after he gets to verse 2, halfway in verse 2. And he sits down and he says, this day, is this fulfilled in your hearing, And then he goes into speaking about Elijah and Elisha. In the Greek, in the New Testament, they call him Elias, and Elisus. So when you read in the New Testament, it's in Luke chapter 4. It's in Luke chapter 4, right? In Luke chapter 4, when Yeshua goes in the synagogue to read the Haftarah. The Haftarah is what we read right here. As you can see right here, the prophet's reading is what's known as the Haftarah, the second, right, reading after the Torah reading. So it's interesting that Yeshua, he points to the example of Elijah and Elisha there, and he kind of narrates. And after he says that to them, they want to kill him. So at first they're like, "What gracious words! Isn't this Joseph's son?" And all of this, the Ben Yosef. But then he says, "No prophet is, like accepted, like honored and accepted among his own people." You know what I mean? And then he goes into, as it was in the days of Elijah, and then as it was in the days of Elisha, and then they're ready to push him off the brow of the city. Now, my question is, what did he say so bad? Like he must have said something, like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes you hear somebody get upset when something is said, and you're like, that don't seem so bad. But then when somebody explains, well, what that meant to the other, what did that mean to them when he said that they wanted to? So here for this fourth Torah reading and feeding from the book of Genesis, it's named Vayera, and it means, and he appeared, right? And he appeared, right? Because the first narrative, the first reading here, and the first story, the narrative, it describes how Yahweh, how he appeared, right, to Abraham one day as he sat outside his tent. So this Torah reading and feeding, it continues, Vayera, and Yera, Vayera, and he appeared, and he Yera, was seeable, and he was visible. Vayera, and he was visible, and he appeared. It continues with the series of tests, right? The test, right, of faith, right? The test of faith of the Emunah for Abraham, the test of faith for Abraham, concluding in one great and final trial. One great and final trial. And this great and final trial, of course, is the whole Isaac sacrifice, the binding of Isaac. So, with that right there, Yitzhak prays for Rivka. The prayers of the righteous, the ancient teaching, it says by asking a question, why were our ancestors barren? Right? In other words, why were, and it's interesting that the ancient Talmud and the ancient Timheret, the ancient teachings ask this, why was our ancestors barren? Now, of course, one could say, are they speaking about the fathers, mothers? I would say it's speaking about the patriarchs and the matriarchs. It's kind of interesting, although it says like, we're not going to go there. But why were they? In other words, many of the matriarchs, like Sarah, she didn't have a child until she had a child. Right? We see the same thing with Rebecca, Rivka. Right? She didn't have a child until she had a child. With Rachel, Rachel. You know what I'm saying? Why? Right? And the answer from the fathers and the scholars of Torah, right? What our fathers had told the fathers coming down to us, it's because Hakadosh, the Holy One, Baruch Hu, blessed be He. He longs to hear the tefillah. He longs to hear the prayer. He longs to hear the prayer of the righteous. Whoa! So right here.
Discipleship radio.
We'll pause it right here at this point, and then get into the first and second reading right here. Isaac prayed to Yahweh in Genesis 25:21. He prayed right to Yahweh on behalf of Ishto, his wife, because she was barren. And Yahweh answered him. And Rivka, Ishto, his Isha, she conceived seed. Now, we know in here, we're speaking about like with Sarah and Abraham, you know what I mean? Right here. But yeah, so let's keep it pushing. Let's keep it going. A good Shema Yisrael right here. Queen Makeda right here. Shema Yisrael. All right. Here, this is the Shema from Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 to 9 in the Hebrew. And King Melchizedek brings forward the 400-year word up.
ולך תקע בדרך ושחבקה וקומך וכתבתם מאוד על ידיך והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך.
Know of a surety that thy seed will be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and they shall enslave and oppress them for 400 years. In the fourth and in the last generation, yes, you shall journey into captivity a second time in ships, because you have rejected his instructions.
Torah, yes. It's interesting because the scripts also say that he who turns his ear from hearing Torah, from hearing Yahweh's direction, instructions, even his prayer, right? Even his prayer will be abomination. Just a point of wide instruction, direction, so we know how. Right? Know how. We have the wisdom. But there, what Queen Makeda was chanting, the full of the Shema, right? Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4 to verse 9. Here, O Yisrael, Yahweh, Eloheinu, our Elohim. Yahweh Echad is one, he who be. And thou shalt love Yahweh Eloheka, your Elohim, your almighty power, creator, with all thine heart and with all thy soul, your psyche, and psychological, in all thy might and all your muchness. Instruction and warning, verse 6. This is what she chanted and sung in the Hebrew, the Ivrit, the Yehudit. And these words that I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. Verse 7. And thou shalt teach them diligently to thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest or layest down, and when thou risest up. Verse 8. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. Verse 9. And thou shalt write them. Shall what? Shall write them up on the posts of thy house and on thy gates. So right there. It's our earlier point that, well, you have to know how to write. You got to know letters if you're going to write anything anywhere, right? Right. So right here for this first two aliyot right here for the first and second day, moving forward to the third day of the Shavuot. Just how time moves so fast. But here to the Shema Yisrael, right? Short form.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Shema Yisrael, here for the Rishon, the first, the head, the first, the Rishon, the Ras one, the Rishon Aliyah, here for this Shabbat, picking up here with the first book of Moshe, from the Sefer Bereshith, here Genesis chapter 18 for the Rishon Aliyah, for this Shabbat Vayera, Sabbath, and he appeared. Here, Avram, the friend of Elohim, the true good, the true God. Compare, contrast John chapter 3, John's Gospel chapter 3, verse 29, as well as John's Gospel chapter 15, verse 13 to verse 15. Here for the Rishon Aliyah, up offering up for this Shabbat Vayera. Beshem Ha'ab, where Habain, where Ruach HaKadosh Yahuwah Echad, in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, he who be, the one. Vayera Elayo Yahuwah Be'elonei Mamrei, Hu Yosheva Petach HaOhel K'chom HaYom. And Jehovah appeared to him. Vayera Elayo Yahuwah, in the plains of Mamre, by the terebinths, the tree, the strong tree of Mamre. Be'elonei Mamre. And he sat in the tent door. W'hu Yoshev Petach HaOhel, in the heat of the day. K'chom Hayom. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, look, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door and bowed himself toward the ground and said, Adonai, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Let a little water, make a little water, I pray you, be fetched and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts. After that ye y'all shall pass on. For therefore are ye y'all come to your servant. And they said, so do as thou, the eye, has said. And Abraham hastened into the tent to Sarah and said, make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth. And Abraham ran to the herd and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it to a young man, and he hasted to dress it. And he took butter and milk and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said to him, where is Sarah, Ishteka, Sarah, thy wife? And he said, behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return to thee, according to the time of life, the hour of life, and lo, Sarah, Ishteka, Sarah, thy wife, thy woman, shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent door, which was behind him. Now, Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of woman. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure? Adoni, my Lord, being old also? And Yahweh Jehovah said to Abraham, wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, shall I of a surety bear a child which am old? Is anything too hard for Yahweh, for Jehovah? At the time the hour appointed, I will return to thee, according to the time of life, the hour of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Shema, here for the Sheni, Aliyah. For the second reading, the second Aliyah, the second offering up here for this Shabbat, Vayera, Sabbath, and he appeared. Here picking up the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Genesis chapter 18, here at verse 15, for the Sheni Aliyah, for the second reading here. Wata kahesha Sarah Leimor lo Zahakati Akia Yarea Wayomer lo ki Zahakit Watakahesha Sarah Leimor lo Zahakati Kia Yarea Wayomer lo ki Zahakit. Then Sarah denied, saying, Watakahesha Sarah. Then Sarah denied, saying, Watakahesha Sarah Leimor. I laughed not. Lo Zahakati. For she was afraid. Ki Yarea. And he said, nay, nah. Wayomer lo. And he said, lo. And he said, nay. Wayomer lo. Ki Zahakit. But thou didst laugh. And the men rose up from there, and looked towards Sodom. And Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And Jehovah said, shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do, seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of Jehovah to do justice and judgment, that Jehovah may bring upon Abraham that which he hath spoken of him. And Jehovah said, because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their chati'at, their uckery, is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come to me, which is come to I. And if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from there, and went towards Sodom. But Abraham stood yet lifnei Yehovah, before Jehovah. Abraham the intercessor, verse 23. And Abraham drew near and said, wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the ratchet, with the wicked? Peradventure, there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from thee, to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the ratchet, with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked, as the ratchet. That be far from thee, shall not the judge of all the earth do right? Shall not hashofet kol haaretz do right? And Jehovah said, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, behold now, I have taken upon I to speak to Adonai, to speak to Adonai, who am but dust and ashes. Peradventure there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Wilt thou destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, if I find there 45, I will not destroy it. And he spake to him yet again, and said, peradventure, perhaps, there be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. And he said, oh, let not Adonai be angry. Al na yichar l'Adonai, and I will speak. Peradventure, perhaps, there shall 30 be found there. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, behold, now, I have taken upon I to speak to Adonai. Peradventure, perhaps there shall be 20 found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. And he said, oh, let not Adonai be angry. Al na yichar la Adonai. And I will speak yet, but this once, peradventure, perhaps 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy for 10's sake. And Jehovah went his way as soon as he left communing with Abraham. And Abraham returned to his place.
Come be a part of
Torah, LOJ, and Line of Jews Society,
where Hebrew feels like home.
So right here. So far, two parts of the 7 parts of this sabbatical manna right here. This chapter 18. Here we have Yahweh appearing, right, to Abraham. There's a couple of interesting points. I don't know if you picked up on it. They say Elon, like Elon Musk, right? But actually, Elone, Hebraically, Elone is like trees, not like regular trees, but like thick and strong trees. Elone. So it's interesting that this revelation of the Hebrew triune Elohim, of Yahweh Eloheinu, right? Here he appears to Abraham, as it says right up here. Was the earlier verse? Now these verses, we got to break them down, and we mentioned it even before, like this verse right here. Just look at the time right here. Yeah, so here Yahweh appeared. Vayera Yahweh. Right? So let's just go through this right here, just the opening words, first words right here for this 4th sabbatical study here, for this Shabbat strong here, for Shabbat Vayera, here for this Torah reading and feeding. Vayera Elayo Yahweh Be'elone Mamre Wehua Yoshev Petach HaOhel Kachom Hayom. So here the key word Wa and Yera. He appear. He be visible. Yera. Let's see if we can bring it down right here. Right. Yera. The Yera. Wayera. To appear. The Nephil. Right. The sense right here to be visible. Wayera. To be seen. Right. To be visible. To see. Just going to look at different forms. Right here. Not to look. Re'eh. To look, but to be seen. Vayera. It's like if I say er'eh, I will see. Like er'eh from re'eh, right? Re'eh, right? Re'eh, to see. If I say er'eh, like I see, I will see. If I say era'eh, I will be seen. I will appear. Era'eh. So we have here Vayera, breaking down the more the Nephil form, to appear, to be seen, to be visible. And he, not they, it says, and he, right? Vayera, and he was visible. Elio, Vayera, Elav, modern Hebrew. Vayera, Elav, Adonai. They'll read it as Vayera Elav Adonai. Here the text reads, Vayera Elayo Yahweh, right? And he appearing Elayo, right, to him, Elayo to him, right, in the direction of him, to him, Elayo, right, Elayo Yahweh, right, who he be appeared to him. So remember, it's not they, but it's he. So how did he who he be, how did he appear to Abinu Abraham? How did he appear to Abraham, right? Ha'ibri, or Abraham, the Hebrew, right here. Here it goes on to say, Elone. So we have the Elone. So here, Elon is a singular, right? It's a strong tree. Oh man, I didn't get any of the. Well, I got some trees, but I didn't get any of the trees to kind of show what kind of trees. Because the usual word for tree or wood is eighths. The usual word. Speaking of like a thick tree, a strong tree, right? A thick tree. It's like really a thick tree. Like those old trees that one will say, man, this tree might have been here for. It's like really thick. This is the kind of, they usually refer to as the Elon because of the God trees. Right, the God tree. When we say God, the word ayel, right, chayil and ayel, right, has the sense of strong, powerful. So these are really like strong trees. So in translation, they may be translated as great trees, to the great trees. But this right there in the English transliteration, it looks like Elon. I know I've been saying that before. I was going to do a video. Maybe somebody else already did it already. But, at least know where you heard it first. And when I show and prove that name, which is interesting, Elon Musk. Elon, right? But be that as it may, this is not the Elon, but it's Elone. Elone in the Hebrew is constructive. It like means the trees. Not a tree, but the trees of Elone. Like Elonim, right? And Elone, in that sense, the great tree, the terebinths. Now, in the KJV, the translation says, in the plains of Mamre. I made that a point before and often make that a point because I would like ones to get the point that the translator gives a translation that in its proper context, we have to label it in grace, respectfully, a false translation. So in the King James Version, we have to label this as a false translation because you might think in the plains, and then later on in the verse it talk about under a tree, and you'd be like, okay, the plains, there must have been trees. But actually, one of the reasons why we think they did this kind of like roundabout circumlocution, like go roundabout, is because when we read the verse, let's go over here, just to the first words here. It says, and Yahweh appeared to him in the plains of Mamre. Suppose we translated the way that all the evidence they have to go along and support the translation tells us, and Yahweh appeared to him in the trees, the strong trees, the God trees, the terebinths, the oak trees of Mamre. Wouldn't that bring a different context? That's what we call it.
Come be a part.
All right, LOJ, Atlanta Jews Society.
Why?
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Homies are now studying the Hebrew and give thanks to the other brothers, even to different camps. You know what I mean? That are studying this right here because this is a point. And this is not to dismiss the KJV, right? Because if we just go here, let's go here, right? Boom. Not to dismiss it, but to correct and clarify it. Almost like to chew the food for ourselves. Don't like just eat some food somebody else. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Don't even want to go there, right? So look at the word plains. Plains is Elon, right? Okay, let's just show and prove something right here, right? Let's show and prove something. Okay, this is another search, a whole very interesting. Proverbs 18:24. Another false translation. Was working on a video, but the Medi got deeply meditative, and didn't have the time to do it. But it says, and a man that have friends must show himself friendly. I remember hearing this. But actually, a man that have like friends, or one would consider the wrong kind of friends, are destroyed, but it has many friends, right, may be destroyed. It's a whole other mistranslation right there. You know what I mean? And we can bring that out, hopefully, in a RastafariJews video, maybe posted there. If we get a chance, we might just go through it here. But here, let's look up this right here, plain. Plain, right? Plain, right? Boom, right? You see right there? What's the first plane in the Bible? Because as someone just reading the English Bible, the King James Version, okay, they read, then God appeared, or not God, but Yahweh, right? The Lord, Tetragrammaton, Hashem, right? Hakadosh, Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem appeared, right, to him in the plains of Mamre. Now here is plain, right? This is plain right there. Now anybody that's looking at the numbers already see, right? And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east. This is about the whole Babel. As they journeyed from the east. Think about this for a moment. This is another area we didn't even get time to touch on this, but we're here right now. Let's touch on this. They journey to the east. And most of the interpretations, old misinterpretations, they translate that as though it says they journey to the east. They play these like 3-card Monte games and everything. Follow the card, and then somebody next to you try to distract you for a moment so they can do the trick, right? But as they journeyed from the east, not to the east, they found a plain in the land of Shinar. So wherever Shinar is, according to what's written here, they was journeying. They don't say who it was, right? But they, the descendants of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japhethites, as they were journeying, right, from the east, what happened next? They found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there, right? So let's look at this word, bik'ah. They found a bik'ah. What a bik'ah? They found a valley, a plain. Is it a valley? Is it a level valley? Is it a plain? But it's a bik'ah, right? Now, getting to the root of this word properly means to split, right? So whatever the type of plain was, there was some splitting, right? A wide level valley between mountains, a plain, a valley. Now, even that word there for plain, breaking it down plain, right? It kind of gives us a kind of a visualization, right? Why is that important? Let's go over here. Let's go to the next word for plain, right? Now over here is the same thing when I talk about moray, right? This is Elon. Elon means tree, great tree. You see great tree? Let's scroll down here, oak tree or other strong tree. Because remember I was saying that the word ayil, right, can mean a ram. Ayil can mean a strong man, a mighty tree, ayil. Because when you contract that word ayil, this is where we get el. This is where el comes from ayile, right? Ayile. The next form of it is chayil, for strength, might, chayile, right? Boom. So we have this one here. This is still the Abraham story, right? Right. Well, let's go over here. Look at this verse, 13:10 from the previous Torah portion. And Lot lifted up his eyes. You remember their herdsmen, their shepherds, their workers are fighting over available resources. Sound like modern times, right? Ain't nothing new under the sun. You know what I mean? And this is why studying history is good, because it's like you study history, be like, oh man, this is the trick they're trying to do against us. We're studying history, and this is a trick. This is a trick. We just see it. And maybe the other people, they found a way around the trick. Yeah. And Lot lifted up his eyes and beheld all the plain of Yarden, the plain of Jordan. It says an interesting verse because it alludes to that the fact that this land, because it was so well watered, it had enough water, it was likened, according to the writer here, right? The Malach Panayo, the angel of the presence, and Moshe, referred to the book of Jubilees, little Genesis, right? But according to the author of the first book, we say Moshe, the garden of Yahweh. So the place that Lot looked upon in this verse here, it says it was like the garden. It was as the garden of Yahweh. Remember that Yahweh, right? Planted the garden. Right. And it says like the land, like who? Like the land of Egypt. So garden, well-watered, garden, Egypt. Just some points right there. But that's not our main point here. Our main point is to keep it plain. So what's plain about this, right? We have key card. Look at key card. We have key card. Key card. There's at least, just from my memory right here, and so far, there's at least three, I think about 4 words. 4 words, if I remember correctly. 4 words for plain. That's used in translation. But notice, this is key card, not bik'ah. right? A plain, a level valley, or like between mountains or what have you, the split in the land or whatnot, right? This is round, a round district, right? Like a round loaf of bread. So this word can be used for like a round loaf of bread, kikar. Also a round weight, a talent, like a talent. Remember the talent, the parable of the talents from Robeno, Yeshua, HaMoshiach, right? Of gold, silver, bronze, iron, right? So how does this mean? How does it mean plain? Here, keeping it plain. Strong's bring out it's a circle, kikar. The implication, right, is it's a circumjacent tract, right, like a region. Like maybe a region, and then there's like a flat land that's kind of circles around. So it's like plain, like to say flat or somewhat level, but it circles around. So you see, like, oh, look at that city or that place over there. We're at the higher elevation, but when we look, it's like flat around, but it circles around and it circles in that sense, like the gore or the valley of Jordan, right? The low part. But it makes what we're looking at look like a loaf, like it's raised up, if you understand, or like a talent, like a round coin. You see how a coin is, and then there's the flatter parts around the side. This kind of plane, right? Let's go on right here, right? Let's go on right here. So this is the same word here, 3606, 3603. Now, this is our word right here that was introduced before, but we touched on it just briefly. Elon, right, which means trees, right? Let's go over here. Now, there's a word plain in here. I'm trying to make out the word plain in here, right? There's a word. No, it can't be this one. This is shaweh. Yeah, okay, shaweh. There we go, shaweh. We got it, shaweh. Right? They say shaveh. Shaweh, right? Shaweh, right? So here we have this kind of a dual. It's a plain of a double city. That's what this means right here, Shaweh. And then we have this word, Shaveh, Shaweh, right? From the root Hebrew sense, right? A plain, like a level plain, right? They say this is a valley, right? A lowland that was very level. This comes from Shava, which means to agree in that sense, to become level, like to level up. And we say level up, to resemble, to become equivalent. It's an interesting word as it's used elsewhere. So that's the word plain right there, right? Let's go over here. What word here is plain? The plain of Paran. Here they say El Paran. I don't agree with the L there. They say oak. It's really, that's a mistranslation. It's the El, like the Elon, right? The strength of, it could be the God of Paran, but the ancient link was with, they liken things to the creation. Remember, creation is the first witness of Yahweh, and then the word, right? Then we have over here the plain of Mamre is our Elon. So notice in the Abraham narrative, whenever connected with Mamre, right, it's the trees. So it seemed like where Avram dwelt, he dwelt around trees, and Yahweh reveals himself around these trees. Now, all these words here is the same kikar. So I'm just scrolling through here until now, and not to be confused with the other word for plain, which is Tom or Tom, Uncle Tom, Uncle perfect, Uncle integrity, Uncle who lacks nothing, Uncle sound, wholesome, morally innocent, right? Actually, Tom in that story was actually the good one, right? But anyway, we have Amar, that's to speak, right? The plains. Okay, here we go. We had to go all the way to Numbers, all the way to the fourth book, right? In the translation here, the word plains here, and the children of Israel, the sons of Israel, set forward and pitched in the plains of Moab on this side of Yarden by Jericho. Jericho, just for your FYI, Jericho, it means like his moon or its moon, right? So yeah, Yareach is the word for moon, right? It was a moon city. Maybe moon worship was going on there. But anyway, the trumpets and the Israelites brought that down. But here in 22:1, it says they pitched in the plains of Moab. Now notice here is the Araba. Now, what's the Araba? The Araba is like a desert. It's a desert plain. So that means that these words for plain, like, is describing different characteristics, right? And the word that's translated in Genesis chapter 18 is false. They should have translated as trees. But then if they did, we thought, why didn't they translate as trees? Because if somebody read that, so the Lord Jehovah appeared in the trees. Why did he appear? Did he appear near the trees? The Hebrew says by the trees, but it's like really it's often used for in the trees. But it can be, let's just say near the trees. But why the trees? All right, the trees, okay? Then over here we have this word here, Araba, right, which is the desert, right? The Araba. Hold on for a moment. There's one more word. I don't know whether I don't think we went over it. All of this is speaking of the Araba, like the Arab lands, like the desert lands. Now over here, this is the other word. Remember I said about four, right? Right, might have been off by one or so. All the cities of the plain. So here's the other word for plain. This is probably what most people have in their mind, right? Plain, the Mishore. Mishore means like a level place, but it can also mean uprightness. But when describing the land, it's like a level country or a tableland. Or you remember Close Encounter? There was that mountain, but the top of the mountain was flat. Like some of the Ethiopia, Deborah Damo as well have that feature. Deborah Damo. Deborah Damo looks like the Close Encounter mountain. Like it's like a flat. It's like a high mountain lifted up, almost as Jerusalem, was. You know what I'm saying? In that sense, So this word here is level to say plain, right? Like a level plain, right? But this word Mishore come from Yashar, right? Yashar. This is Yashar as a verb. Yashar. He was right. It was level. It was smooth. It was upright, right? It was level. It was even. So Yashar means like to be right, but in the sense of being straight, being even, right? In the figurative sense, being right, pleasant, or prosperous. Like business being leveled off, it becomes prosperous. Things are leveled out. Accounts are balanced and measured, right? But so here, let's see, right, and that's Ba'ar. Right. Okay. So just a little demonstration, a brief demonstration. And then there's also the word sadeh. Sadeh. They might have translated as something different. I was looking to find that word sadeh. So there's about 5 to 6 words for plain. Right. But so far we've gone through all the books to Torah, to Joshua right here, and we're gonna pause right here. That's the Mishore there. All right. Mishore is there. Mishore. All right. So with all that right there, this word here is the trees of Mamre. As we already showed, these Elone, the Elone Mamre, it appears elsewhere. In fact, I think the Elone appears when Abraham is first called Hebrew, right? When Abraham is first called Hebrew, let's see right here, Abraham the Hebrew, I think it appears over there. Yeah, right over here where it says in 13:18. This is the Elone Mamre. Then Abram, after the Lot incident, removed his tent and came and dwelt in the. Now notice it says in the plain, but literally it's in the trees. Did he live in the trees? Was it a tree house? You know what I mean? I'm not saying it was, but just to kind of go through some of the basics of the translation here, the Targum, right? But he dwelt in the strong trees or very near to the strong trees of Mamre. Right? And so this is in the scene where it calls him Abram the Hebrew, right? Just want to break that down right there. So Yahweh chooses this spot that Abram is in, right? And he appears where he was a strong tree. So whether it was like strong trees that was on a series of land, we don't know how it was, but we know there was more than one great tree, right? It was more than one great tree. Right, and here it says he sat in the door, right, in the heat of the day. Now, when we read the second verse, it says he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men. Right, so here we have that we call it the Hebrew Trinity. These 3 men, right? Because remember, these 3 men are connected with Yahweh appearing. So the language of the Hebrew says that Yahweh was visible, made himself visible to Abraham. Right, and then it tells us how he made himself visible to Abraham. Right here in verse 2, where it says, "And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, look, there was 3 men, right, that stood by him. And when he saw, right, he ran to meet them. Now notice the word says he ran. Now they were by him, he ran. We could take it that, moderately interpreting this, but it does say he ran, right? It could have used the word he made haste. We'll look into that. But he ran to meet them from the tent door, and he bowed himself toward the ground. Now, this is interesting right here because the word bow, let's bring it out into Hebrew right here. What's the word bow right there? Here we go, bow, right? The word bowed himself is shachah. Now, shachah is also the operative word in Hebrew that translates in the translations to worship. So we saw these 3 men, right, by the tree, right, the thick trees, right? He looked up, he saw them, and then he ran over to meet them, right? And then he bows himself, he prostrates himself to them, right? What did Abraham know? Right? To the ground, right? To the ground. That's what worship is. Worship is shachah, is prostrating yourself, literally bowing down, right? There's other words for humble in a sense, you could prostrate your heart, you could bow it down to the ground, but it's not really used that way so much in Hebrew. It's a literal act of prostration. So if you talk about prayer and worship, see if they ever bow down, right? I'm not bow down, but actually just fall on your face, humble yourself. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, it says in verse 3, these 3 verses here, right? And he said, right, my Lord. Now, he says Adonai. Not Adonai is not my lords. There's other ways in the Yehudit, in the Hebrew, to say my lords. He calls all 3 of them, right, Adonai. Right? He calls all 3 of them Adonai. Otherwise, if he's speaking to one, right, do he recognize one as Adonai and the others? See, this whole thing about angels, I want to just touch on that just briefly, is garbage. The whole thing about angels is garbage. Part of the reason why is because of mistranslation, right? Angel means messenger, right? Right. However, a messenger, that can be contextual. Like you say to me, I'm your friend, where you say, hey, take this message to somebody. So if I take that message to somebody, I'm your angel, I'm your messenger, right? I'm going to work for you all the time as messenger, but I served you in that way by carrying your message. You see what I'm saying? But when you hear this term angels in the Gentile sense, a lot of kind of spooky, crazy, mystified things come to mind, and then you superimpose it on the text, and then imagine a Disney or a series or something like that. You know what I mean? And it's totally off. So here he says to all 3 of them, Adonai, and Adonai, right? Adonai here, right? Notice Adonai is used as a proper name of the true good, the true God of Yahweh Eloheinu. Adonai, not saying Adoni. Because Adoni would be like one, right? Adonai, right, is speaking to Yahweh, right? Or is speaking to one in a very honorific sense, right? It can be used of men, but the reason why it's used of men, they have of men right there, is because of their translation in this narrative, right? Because it's used of these 3 men, but these 3 men, right, according to the narrative, is Yahweh's appearance. So Yahweh's appearance as 3, right? But still, he is one, right? And if you notice something, if we read on here, right, he says, if now I have found favor in thy sight. Even the word thy in the Hebrew, thy sight, thy eyes, is as speaking to all of them as one man, which is somewhat unusual in a usual Hebrew speech. Like I'm speaking to 3 of y'all, and I'm saying like Ein Nekah, like I'm only speaking to one, right? But notice, he says, pass away, I pray not from thy servant, right? Not like y'all servant, but thy servant, right? He talked about fetching some water, so forth and so on, right? And then he goes down here, and you notice that the narrative down here says, after Abraham said what he's going to do, and they said, so the narrator is seeking to use the language of Hebrew in a very direct sense to give us the revelation of the Hebrew Trinity in Abraham's house, right? That Yahweh, he who be, revealing himself like this right here. All right, so this is what we mean. This is just one of the areas, because some will say, oh, that's That's what you're pointing to, and we'll try to dismiss it, try to talk about angels, but angels is nowhere in the text. It's nowhere here in the text, right? And they said, so do. In fact, what's in the text is 3 men. But if you read the Hebrew, it's 3 mortal men, right? Right? They didn't appear like, superheroes. No, they appear like men, right? Right? So do as thou hast said. So notice that they all respond, right? They all respond to this Adonai, right? Like if it was if we did this as a scene, right? As a scene, right? And 3 come up and I'm addressing you in Hebrew in this sense, right? And one understands. One will be like looking like, who is he? Are you talking to me? You talking to him? Who are you talking to? All right. But if all 3 are of one accord, right, then all 3 respond as one. So it's interesting to kind of show both from the narration how the narrator, right, is using, especially from the Hebrew perspective or the Yehudit, the manuscript, and also how the translation in some ways captures that, but in other ways, right, it misses that. Like up here by the trees, right, the Mamre, right, the Elone Mamre, the great trees, the great oak trees, the strong trees. They only put the word plain there because they did not translate it plain. That's the reason why they put plain there, right? Because in other words, when they form their dictionaries to go along with study of the Bible and the Hebrew versions, they sometimes insert it. Like, for example, after the colon, after the colon right here in the hyphen, right? Let me see if I can highlight this for you so you'll see it, right? So ones who are studying this will be very helpful. There we go. So you see, I just highlighted. If you can see that, I might have to zoom in on it. I can't zoom in on it right here, right? You see the 2 dots above each other? That's the colon. Then you see the hyphen. So whenever you're looking in the Strong's definition and you come to the colon and the hyphen, the word or the words that follow are basically a clue for how they may appear in the King James Version. That's what that's all about. It's like how it might appear, right? So this only has one word here because this is the usual way. They didn't really translate it, right, one for one. It's an oak tree or a strong tree. No, well, actually, it's plural. Oaks or strong trees or terebinths, right? So he appears there, and it was the Chom Hayom. It was the Chom. You remember, like Cham? They say Cham. But here, Chom is like heat, the hot part of the day, right? It was the hot part of the day. And so when he lifted up his eyes, let's get this verse right here, right? Let's go over here. Here we go. It says, Wayisa Ainayo. Wayisa, when he nasa, doesn't mean to deceive in Hebrew, nasa. It means to lift up, to take. It's the word nasha, right? Not nasa, right? So here it says, Wayisa. Wa and Yisa, and him lifting up his eyes, Wa Yisa Ainayo, Va Yisa Anav, Wa Yisa Anayo, Wayar, right? Wayar. So he lifts up his eyes and he saw. So Yar is to see, right? He see, and Yera, right? The same root, it's the same letters actually. So this is where when we talk about the pointing, right? They'll be all over the place, right? The pointing basically approximates, right, the spirit, right, of the Hebrew to any Afro-Shemitic speaker that knows what they're talking about. Basically, not always perfect in every case, but in the overwhelming majority of cases, right? And we try to point out when it's not, right? It says vehine, hine. Look, see, here it is. Look, see, here it is. This is like the look, see, here it is. Like you're talking to somebody, you're like, vehine, and here it goes. Like, and you may be showing something, vehine, right? And look, see, here it is. Shalosha Anashim. So here, the Trinity is referred to here as Shalosh or Shalosha. Shalosha, a triad, 3, right? Shalosha, 3. Now, in the Hebrew and the Afro-Shemitic, 3 takes on a particular, like, to the third is like to say to the most excellent. It has a sense of excellence and intensity, the third, like when it said, somebody give you one the third degree, though that's somewhat Gentile masonry, but they basically kind of twisted that out of some of primary understandings of the language, right? Three, right? The three, right? So it says Shalosha, three, who? Three Anashim. So here they have Ish here, right? They have Ish for it, but also there is Enosh, Enosh and Ish, Enosh and Ish. It's like saying Ani for I and Anoki, Ani, Anoki, Enosh and Ish. Enosh or Enosh, right, means man, but as you saw right there, it means like mortal man, right? Mortal man. You know what I mean? And then over here, let's see, and then Adam. So there's these 3 words, right, for man. Anash. Anash means weak, sick, frail, right? Anash, right? That's where we get the term Enosh, right, meaning mortal man, right? And then over here it uses the word Ish. Ish tends to be like a higher term of man, a man of a standing, right? But sometimes Anashim could be built from either Ish or more likely Enosh or from Anash, right? But it's a general term for man, right? So 3, right? Anashim, 3 mortal men, right? So Shalosh Anashim Nitzabim. Now, even the word Nitzabim, you know, the Tuesday Psalm 82, where talk about I've said ye are gods, all of you, and all that people say about that right there. Well, in the first part where we break it down, like what's really going on there, how it's like God the Father, right? El, the Almighty, Elohim Ha'am, how he is bringing the sons of Israel, and namely the judges and the men of standing, the Anashim, into judgment, right? Because it's a psalm of corrupt judges are being arraigned. It's like arraignment. You know what I'm saying? And in some ancient systems of the judges sometimes would stand, right? And today they may sit. Sometimes they would sit in ancient time, but at certain points they would stand, right? The judge would stand, right? And like standing at attention. This is what it not stop, to take one stand, right? But like to take one stand, like to hold one's position, right? So notice that these 3 mortal men, they were standing, but it doesn't use the regular word for standing, opposite of sitting, right? But they were standing, right? Which the word nitzabim is like they were standing for a purpose. So even when he looked at them, it wasn't just like they was just standing around, but they were standing like at attention. You know, like there's a meaning going on here. You know the difference. There is a difference. But what's interesting is that the Hebrew can bring out the difference. You know what I mean? Within the text. Wehinei shalosha nashim nitzabim alayo. So they stood at attention, like upon him, right? Alayo, like literally like on him, but it's like opposite of him. You know what I mean? Opposite of him. Like you go before like soldiers or something like that, or somebody like the king, you know what I'm saying, or the king's men, as it were. But here, this is Yahweh, and it says Wayar, right? And he saw, right? Wayar, and he saw. So in this verse, there's 2 times that he saw it, almost like he had to take a snapshot. The first time, Wayisa, when he lifted up Einayo, when he lifted up his Ein is eye, Einayo is his eyes, right? Wayar, and he saw. And then over here, right, it says Wayar, Yaratz, and Yaratz, and he ran from roots. Roots is to run, right? Yaratz is like he running, right? And he ran. He moved swiftly. He darted. He moved quickly. So it's not literally like run, like you jogging or something like that, but he moved with haste. Now remember, this is after Abraham's circumcision. See, this is why we have to take some time and build, because as we fill in the information from the text, we can really appreciate love, you know what I mean, what's being said, and can see a clarity of it. So it says, Wayaratz, right? And Yaratz, he ran, Likratam, he ran to Keradim, he ran to encounter them, to happen on them, to happen, encounter, to meet them, right? He ran to meet them, Likratam, Likrat, right? To meet Likrat to meet them, right? Mia Petach, from the Petach, So the petach is like the opening. The word petach in another dialect of the ancient Hebrew, it could be said as fetach. We say that fetah neges, fetach, fetach, petach, petach, fetach, right? From the opening, the doorway, the entrance, right? Ha ohel, from the entrance of the tent, right? Wayishtachawu, wayishtachu, wayishtachu, right? And he, right? And he yishtachu, and he shachat, he worshipped, he bowed down, he prostrated, right? He prostrated before superior in homage or before God in worship. Somehow, Abraham, you know what I mean, the friend of Yahweh, somehow he knew, right? You know, and I think he knew because remember earlier it says that Yahweh appeared to him. Right? We don't go into it because there's not a lot of detail. Don't say he looked like this, he looked like that, or so forth and so on. But it's clear from the Hebrew, if you read it from the Hebrew, it's like Yahweh became visible. You know what I mean? Not like he fell in a trance, he saw a vision in his head or something like that. No, it's like Yahweh appeared. Right? Just like when the bush was burning. He told the bush was burning, and then when Moshe looked, he saw the Malak. The Malak was there. It's like, whoa. Hey, you know, like, and he turned away, right? Because he was afraid, right? Before the superior in homage, right? Before God in worship, of course, it can be before other gods or false gods. Yes, it can be before an angel. We see that. But the basic act of this is, notice what Abraham did when he saw them, right? He recognized this was Yah. That's why it says, Vayera, right? You know, Yahweh. Right, here we go right there. Prostrate, especially reflexively. It was like a reflex. He saw them. He got up. He approached them. Moved close to them. Got near, so to speak. But he ran. Right, and he dropped down on the ground. Right, because either he saw them as royalty, the divine royalty, or as Elohim. Right, and Elohim's royalty. Right. So it says right here. It says, Mi patach, he says, likratam, wayarat likratam, mi patach ha ohel, wayishtachu, right? Wayishtachu, right? Arza. So arza is like eretz is ground. Arza is like groundward. So he prostrated towards the ground. So his bowing down was as his moving to the ground. Not that we have another word for bow. There's another word for bow or bend the neck or to bow, but this is to fall flat. I know some people say, well, maybe he just bowed. No, he fell flat, right? Right. So he prostrated. So it could have said, and he worshipped himself to the ground, right? And then he says to them right here, as we already just touched on, right here, he calls them all, right, as one Adonai, right? So definitely Abraham knew something, right? He knew something here, right? He already had other encounters. So whether it was a vibe or something he saw, he acknowledged. He knew something here, right? Then he talks about, like, feeding them. You know what I mean? I heard somebody made a statement. Somebody had made a statement saying something about milk and meat. Something about milk and meat, that he's about to give them milk and meat. And yes, Judaically, some reason that we shouldn't have milk and meat based on some areas of Torah study, but it's something that one can do. And for some, milk and meat does not go well with, so it works for some, right? But it's not a direct command, but it's something that you can find within the word that may be applicable to you. You understand? But it's not like, where it says, thou shalt not seethe a kid in its mother's milk, right? A kid is like you take a young, like lamb, like you take the lamb from its mother, and then you take the mother's milk, and you already took the lamb, now you take the mother's milk, right? But from that is a reasoning, and it's fairly ancient, but it's done, spoken about a lot among Latter-day Jews who are Torah observant about not eating milk and meat. But for some who are lactose intolerant, actually, it's good. It can have a beneficial thing. You know what I mean? But it's not overtly a command, right? But it's like it's not a how's it go again? It's not imperative like do, don't do, but it is more of permissive, like maybe you should not do, right? Or don't do this. Maybe you should not do this. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, somebody made the point about what was about to be fed to Abraham. I mean, what Abraham was about to feed to them, because he went to the tent to Sarah, and he kind of like gets peeked in or went in and told her to make ready 3 measures of fine knead and make cakes of hearth, right? But then if you notice in it, right, you're down here. Here it goes. Abraham ran to the herd and fetched. Look at that old time KJV word, fetched. FETCH, not ED, but T. Fetch. Maybe that will become a thing again, right? A calf, tender and good, and gave to a young man. Some speculate this could have been Ishmael, but we don't know. But let's say if it was, then okay. And he hasted, right? He hasted to dress it, right? And then it says he took butter and milk and the calf. Right? Now, it does say milk, but we don't know where you got the milk from. You know what I'm saying? But be it as it may, right? Which he had dressed, right? And set them before them and stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. Right? They did eat. Right? Like we said, milk and meat for some of us, it doesn't really go too well. Right? And it keeps a better stomach gut health for those of us who kind of follow that. Right? For others, maybe you can do that. But if you do that and there's some bad, gastral effects, then maybe you should not do it. But some use that to try to say that it's a Jewish or it's a Torah law. It's an imperative command, but that's not so. Because some say, well, here he fed that to, these 3 men, and either that's the angels or whatnot like that. But he stood by them, right, under the tree. So here it clearly tells us that he went to them. Notice they didn't really, he went to them. He stood by them, right, under the tree, and they did eat, right? And then they said, notice the they is speaking. They said. Now think about it for a moment. There's 3 men, Shalosh Anashim, right? So these 3 men, they said, right? Do they all speak simultaneously? What I'm trying to show is that these 3 men is part of something that Yahweh is showing in his revelation, and thus is the Hebrew Trinity, right? I said the Hebrew, right? Because according to the precepts of the scripts and not according to, heathen imagination, right? Just want to point that out. So they said to him, where is Sarah, Ishtekah? And he said, behold, in the tent. And notice here, when we get to verse 10 now, after Abraham responded, he answered the question asked of him, right? He, who's the he here? This is obviously referring to Yahweh, because remember the whole narrative here is Yahweh's appearance. So now it says he. Even though they asked him, right now he said, I will certainly return to thee according to the time of life, right? And lo, look, Sarah thy wife shall have a son. And Sarah heard in the tent that was behind him. So, how this whole scene, we don't know how far the tree or the trees are, right? The pseudo plains, but the trees of Mamre, Elone Mamre are, right? Or how far he ran, right? And he stood by them while they ate, right? And the tent is like not too far, but it's like over there, right? Just so we can get a visual of a picture. Word picture in our mind, right? So Sarah heard. So Sarah here is Sarah dropping, not eavesdropping. It would have been good if eavesdropping really happened. Then that means that Adam could have been like, telling the Nahash the truth, the full truth, and not adding to, and hopefully not doing, right? But anyway, Sarah, she heard it. She's listening. Right, she's preying, peeping, right, behind him. So that means that at this scene, right, Abraham's back is to the tent, but the tent is not that far, so it seems really close, right? Now it tells us this right here, right? Now it tells us this right here. After that verse right here, Sarah heard it in the tent, right, behind him, and now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken, right, in age. And now it tells us also that it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of woman, right? So Sarah was already out of that, one might say that ideal, right, time of, conceiving and giving birth for a woman, right? And It says, furthermore, therefore Sarah laughed within herself. Pay attention, like reading comprehension and reading, paying attention. Sarah laughed. How did she laugh? Because some of y'all might have seen it as I did. Some of y'all might read it and caught it before, ones like myself did. I always felt like she laughed out loud. Yeah, I thought she had laughed out loud. And I and Isha shall leave me stay, we're having a reason, man. And then I went to the text again, and it was like, boom. I saw the words that stood out was within, right? The word that stood out was within. Where it says within herself, right? I said, oh, man, because I felt like she laughed. And because remember, it says over here, let's see, Sarah, right. Okay, here, let's go on here. So she laughed within herself. So, okay, it's narrating like, what went on, right? She laughed within herself, saying, after I am old, shall I have pleasure. So Sarah, okay, this wasn't the best, excuse maybe the ethnicity if it's not fully right and accurate, but it's something like this. She behind the door listening, right? Therefore Sarah laughed, but notice how she laughed. She laughed within herself. Like somebody laugh, you laugh, like in yourself, you know what I mean? You don't ha 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 ha, you don't make that sound, right? After I'm waxed old, shall I have pleasure. So the interesting thing about this area right here and what Sarah says from behind the tent door, she says, shall I have Eden, the Garden of Eden? We say the Garden of Delights, the Garden of Pleasure, paradise, what's called paradise, Eden. People talk about heaven, but really it's the garden, right? But be that as it may, live in the garden as it is heaven on earth, right? That's really what it is. But be that as it may, right? It says Aden or Edna. She says, so she have what? Luxury, the dainty, delight. Yeah, but more is like delight. It's like pleasure. It's like, shall I have pleasure? You know what I mean? Shall she have pleasure? It's interesting, right? To see how straightforward the scripts is. Sarah is concerned about like, can is it still gonna be as good or whatnot like it was? You know what I mean? So forth and so on, right? Let's scroll over here. Let me show you this right here. Here, this is the root word of Eden, right? Eden, Adon. The verb means to luxuriate or to delight oneself, right? To be soft, to be pleasant, to live voluptuously, right? And we're not saying that Sarah is saying anything wrong, but it's kind of interesting just how clear the scripture is, how mature. It's like, wow, okay, right? But then she says something, she says, my Lord. You remember we were showing y'all about the daughters of the new covenant daughters of Zion, of righteousness, right? They're called like daughters of Sarah. When we speaking about Empress Menen, I think it was on the Shabbat after Shabbat podcast, the Saturday night live, so to speak, podcast. After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord. So remember it says, and Sarah calling him Lord. So now go to the scripture and see where Sarah calls Abram Lord. All right? This is one of the main places here. But she's saying this in her heart, or she's saying this, within herself, right? Within herself, right? Here herself, Kareb. Kareb means in the inner part, the innermost, in the middle, in the innocence, in the seat of her thought and emotion, in the faculty of her thought and emotion, within, right? She's saying this within, in her center, right? Within herself, in her mind, right? Right. After I am waxed old, now I'm old. Now I'm going to have pleasure, right? Adoni, my Lord. Now notice over here. Remember the other Lord was Adonai, right? Adonai. This is Adon, right? The root word, firm, strong, Lord, master, sovereign, boss, right? But Adonai is often used, right, for Yahweh as Lord, sovereign, master of mercy. It's almost like to call someone by their name in a certain situation, like you wrong, right? And to call them by their name would be too personal, right? But you call them by a way of saying, master of mercy. So this is Adon in the sense of Yahweh, as it's used. Instead of saying Yahweh, he said Adonai, right? Which often refers to Yahweh Echad, right? So here, Adon, she calls her husband Lord Master. And that's what it says, that the righteous, the virtuous women who are daughters of Sarah in the new covenant, right? Right, like as Sarah called her husband Lord, right? So it's giving Sarah, the matriarch, as an example, even in the New Testament sense, just as Abraham is an example of faith, and Sarah as well, because they are one, right, of faith. But they have a very interesting, you know, we get some very interesting. See right over here? It's the title of husband, right? So, like it says, the man is to love, see that he love his wife as his own self. So, for man, it's commanded, even the Brit Chadasha, that love is something that, like a woman may say they love us, or they might do love us, but that's not something that we as men should fixate on. If we do fixate on that, we kind of become a little feminized in that sense, according to scripts, right? That we are to express that love. That's why it says, as Yeshua, as Mashiach loved the church. But it says to see that the woman reverence her husband. See, she reverence according to the Brit Kadasha, right? And so in that verse from Peter, when Peter says, and she called him Lord, this is the area in scripture, and we're just showing you the meaning of it. Master, husband, you know what I mean? A term for husband as well, right? And of course, for Ha'adon, right? That term par excellence is for the Lord of Lords, it's for Yeshua, HaMoshiach. It is for our high priest, right? The Bain Elohim Chayim, right? The son of the living power. Now, this is like the rule to be sovereign, to be controller, master, boss. Boom. So she says, my Lord, right? Being old also. Now, the bad thing about speaking things even in our heart, not the bad thing, but the thing about it is that Yahweh, right, he reads and knows the hearts. I mean, he created it, so of course he would know it. You know what I'm saying? Or he has the ability to know it through his will, right? It's not saying that he's sitting around knowing everything, but he expresses his will and it be, right? Yahweh said, right, to Abraham, right? Now notice something. Yahweh said, now of the three men, right, connected with the vision and appearing, right, of Yahweh, right? That means it wasn't a voice coming out of the sky or something. It doesn't tell us that, right? But from one of these three, or the three, remember the three also spoke all together. So it shows that the three, right, are he, right? And Yahweh said to Abraham, notice he didn't say to Sarah. So even these three mortal men are moving in what we can call good Hebrew or Afro-Shemitic ethics, right? Like just to speak to somebody's wife is like, is like unsolicited, right? But he already knows what went on. That's why he asks Abraham, wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, shall I of a surety bear a child which am old? Did you notice something, y'all? Did you notice that Yahweh did not say exactly what she said? Did he know? No doubt. But notice he didn't say, she said exactly according to what's written, after I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, right? She's concerned, can this be pleasurable to, like back in the days, Because Adoni, my Lord, my husband, master, boss, he's old also. I'm old, he old, but can I have pleasure, right? But notice now, Yahweh said to Abraham, why did Sarah laugh? You know what I mean? This makes me laugh right there. Seeing that we have this kind of like stage view, like this ringside stage view, right? But now he goes on to say, she laughed, and in her laughing, this is what her laughing meant, and this is what she said. Shall I of a surety bear a child who am old? Notice what part Yahweh did not go into, right? The part that could be implied as a wow, that's but Sarah is straightforward. You know what I mean? She's like mama, she's mama. Like, shall I have pleasure, right? Adoni being old also. He didn't say that. He was focused on the main thing, right? She was focusing, like, notice something right here. He says, notice she doesn't say anything about a child there. Notice that. She don't say anything about a child there. She says, after I'm waxed old, shall I have pleasure? Right? Now the pleasure is, of course, the pleasure, and the pleasure is both the fruit, the child, but also the pleasure in getting the fruit, the child, right? But then, so Yahweh, right here, as a man, as one of honor, man of war, right? Man of honor. He says, she says, shall I of a surety bear a child, right? Who am old, shall I, who am old, for real, be a child, right? Surely, right? Umnam, indeed, umnam. And this is what Yahweh responds. He says, is anything too hard for Yahweh? Now notice, the narrator tells us it's Yahweh speaking, right? But then in Yahweh speaking, Yahweh speaks and says Yahweh, right? I just want you to get that part there, right? He says, at the time appointed, I will return to thee, right? According to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. Now notice, Sarah is laughing behind the tent door and, in herself, what I mean? Probably trying to be quiet, whatnot, right? But then when Sarah heard this part, she's like, nah. It uses the word kahash. Kahash can mean to deceive, right? Let's bring it up right here. She uses the word here, denied is kahash. So we have kahash, right? To deceive, to lie, to cringe in obedience, to feign obedience, like to be untrue, it's kind of like, nah, I didn't even say that because, like it's a problem now because you did say that, right? And it says, she said, like, I laugh not. Sarah now, she's talking from behind the tent, or maybe she made herself visible, no, not, but she said she laughed not. But then the narrator says, for she was afraid. Right? But notice what Yahweh said to her, right? He said, nay. He says, nah. He says, no. Like, almost like, don't go there. Lo. Right? Maybe they all three as one said lo, or lo. No. Right? But thou didst laugh. Sahakit. Right? Sahakit. You did laugh. Right? And notice right after that, instead of getting into, can you imagine? Like nowadays, you correcting, say, a woman on something, and boom, they might go back and forth a little bit. But notice after he said this, right, the men, the Anashim, Shalosha Anashim, they rose up. It's like, okay, nice visiting you, Abraham. We gotta get going, right? Gotta keep it moving, right? And it said that they looked towards Sodom, right? And Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. So Abraham also, as a good, you could say, host and everything for his guests, he's walking with them, right? Now notice Abraham just got circumcised, right? Many say that the narrative based on the text, we can't take it as happening right after that. So he might still be sore or whatever else, because he got circumcised not as an 8-year-old, but as an old man, right? And Yahweh said, right, shall I hide from Abraham the things that I do? Right? So there's a conversation. And seeing that Abraham, right, shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth, right, shall be blessed in him. And then Yahweh continued to speak, for I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him. So taking this as Yeshua showed us about the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, the one, is it the Father speaking to the Son and the Holy Spirit right here? Is this what's going on? Were they the one bringing that message? Did not Yeshua come bringing a message? Right? It says, and they shall keep the way, right? And they, his children, shall keep the way of Yahweh, right? To do justice and judgment, right? And that Yahweh may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him. If you notice how Yahweh, the Lord, is being used here, in some cases, it's in the third person sense, right? Even while speaking of what I will do, the Yahweh will do this. And it's Yahweh or the three men communing as they are going about the way, speaking about their hosts, speaking about Abraham, right? And Yahweh said, right, because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah. So no doubt maybe it's the whole concern about Lot and the relationship, right? But here he now reveals, Yahweh said, because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous. I will go down now. Notice the language. I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which has come to me. And if not, I will know. Now, here we read it, we can read it as there's three of them, and one amongst the three is Yahweh, right? But how do we know it's like that? How we know that because they answered Abraham as one, how do we know that they all speaking as Yahweh? Because this is Yahweh's manifestation. This is his revealing himself, his being visible, right? But still of one accord, right? As we have in the beginning of the Kevin and Guest, which speaks about the Hebrew Trinity. I will go down right now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it that has come to me. And if not, I will know. Now, notice something, right? The sa'aka. The sa'aka, as we spoke about before, is a cry of distress. It's like a shriek. It's like a shriek, a cry of distress. People are being violated, up in Sodom and Gomorrah. They were being violated. People were calling out, right? For help, and the only one who truly would help is Yahweh Eloheinu. So now he says, I will go down, right, and see. And this is how I will know, right? This is how I will know. Now, one could say, didn't he already know from over there? That's being presumptuous, because here, this is teaching us something if we would study and read with comprehension. Here it's telling us, and the men turned their faces from thence and went towards Sodom. But now it tells us this, Abraham stood yet before Yahweh, right? He stood yet before Yahweh, right? And Abraham drew near. So we can tell from the next chapter, right, where we get the two messengers, right? The two messengers of Yahweh, right, going forward. Now, this is where the angels thing come in the next chapter. But notice, no angel talk here, right? It's all Yahweh revelation and these three men, Shalosha Nashim, the Hebrew Trinity in Abraham's house. And Abraham drew near and said, and now we get, this plea bargain, right? Now we get a plea bargain. Now, I've been on this for a moment right here, right? On this whole plea bargain right here is the next point that we should touch on. But it's interesting because we're learning even more attributes of Yahweh Eloheinu, right? Notice how Abraham starts out with 50 and he keep working his way down, right? And how Abraham calls Yahweh the judge of all the earth, right? And Abraham is pleading for any righteous in that place. This is probably the reason why Yahweh says, shall I hide from Abraham that thing I'm about to do? You know what I'm saying? And no doubt now Abraham is thinking, hey, I do have people over there. And what about the righteous? There might be just a couple of righteous that's caught up in a bad situation. So now he is plea bargaining right here. You know what I mean? And they keep going. He keeps going down, and he keeps every time. It's like, he's going down to like, basically goes down to 10, right? He basically gets down to 10. This is a quick summary right here. He gets down to 10, and here he's calling Yahweh Adonai, right? To just show that the usage from the examples, right? And in this verse right here, to take these parts of the bread, right here, he said, oh, let not Adonai be angry, right? And I will speak yet but this once, right? Peradventure 10. Now here, the Eser, Asera, this is where we get the minyan. So usually when the local churches or synagogues, Jewish churches, gathering places were established after the Babylonian captivity, it was thought like how many men are necessary to have the equivalent of what would be in Jerusalem and a righteous assembly. And therefore, it's from this narrative that we get the idea of the minyan, the 10 men, the 10 brethren, right? From the 10 here, because the whole point of Abraham is sparing the righteous, sparing the righteous, you know what I mean? And therefore, what number would constitute like a righteous assembly, And it says, peradventure 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy for 10's sake. It's kind of interesting because later on, Lot, he has two sons-in-laws. Remember, the woman, it tells us, did not know men. But then we learn that he had two sons-in-laws for his two daughters. So when he so-called offered offered to the men of Sodom the two daughters, according to the next chapter narrative, it tells us later on that he had two sons-in-law. But so the question I'm putting to you is, how did he have two sons-in-law? All right. Now some try to say, oh, he had other daughters. Okay. Doesn't say that there, right? The logical thing is these two daughters that did not know men, according to what Lot says to the men of Sodom, they had two husbands that called sons-in-laws. And when Lot told them it's time to get out, they were mockers. So I'm just saying that the number of men, even if those two was included, it would have been three. You know what I mean? Three men. You know what I'm saying? And as far as persons, it would have been at least six persons. I'm just saying that the number would have been a little higher, closer to 10. But of course, 10 is where we get the minyan from right here. For 10's sake. He was not destroyed for 10's sake. But notice after Abraham got to 10, right? And Yahweh says, okay, for 10's sake, that's it. That's it. That's all, Abraham, my peoples, my friend, right? Yahweh went his way, right? As soon as he had left communing, right, speaking with Abraham. So after he said, I would not destroy for 10's sake, okay, it's time to go. Yahweh was on his way, right? And Abraham returned, right, to his place. You know what I'm saying? So this is where we kind of seal up right here for these two Torah reading and feedings from this bread right here. Let's just take a moment, check what's the psalm. The psalm is an important psalm. If we don't go full here, if there's any questions or whatever, maybe we can pick up on it. It's Psalm 139, the 139th Psalm, right? We're going to pause it right here and just segue because already getting to the early hours, right, for some. Right, let's go over here. Let's see. My bad here. Here we go. There we go. Right, let's see this right here. Let's see. Okay, this is the Hebrew word here. The word raham, womb. Right, from this word, this root word, this Yehudi Hebraic word, Afro-Shemitic word, comes the womb, mercy, tender, love, compassion. Now other word I can't see right there, over there in the corner. Yeah, in that like kind of turquoise blue. Let's see. I don't even make it out, but yeah, these are some of the main words right here. Now the psalm that we have before us. Well, first things first. Let us move on to the psalm just quickly right here, and what we might do is dove it as we just dubbed it with Psalm 78. Try to do that with this psalm and other psalms, so we can see it kind of holistically, like completely, coming together here a little bit.
Here we have today's daily psalm. We have psalm time according to the royal order of Ethiopian Hebrews, after the order of Melchizedek, the righteous king, even the King of Kings, Kedamawi, Haile Selassie, HaKadosh, Baruch Hashem.
Okay, don't have the acapella, but we got this right here, a little Ayabengi mix right here. Shema Yisrael, hear this.
Psalm 139.
מזמור קל"ט למנצח לדוד מזמור.
O Lord, thou hast searched me and known me.
אדוני חקרתני ותדע.
Thou knowest my down sitting and mine uprising.
אתה ידעת שבתי וקומי.
Thou understandest my thought afar off, far off, far off, far off, far off.
בנת לרעי מרחוק, 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 מרחוק.
Thou compassest my path and my lying down, my lying down, my lying down, my lying down, my lying down.
אורחי ורבעי זריתה, 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 זריתה.
And art acquainted with all my ways, my ways, my ways, my ways, my ways.
וכל דרכי הסכנת, 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 הסכנת.
For there is not a word in my tongue, but lo, O Lord, thou knowest it all together, 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 together.
כי אין מילה בלשוני, הן אדוני ידעת כחולה, 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 כחולה.
Thou hast beset me behind and before, and laid thine hand upon me. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me. It is high, I cannot attain unto it. Whither shall I go from thy spirit? Or whither shall I flee from thy presence? If I ascend up into heaven, thou art there. If I make my bed in hell, behold, thou art there. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there shall thy hand lead me, and thy right hand shall hold me. If I say, surely the darkness shall cover me, even the night shall be light about me. Yea, the darkness hideth not from thee, but the night shineth as the day. The darkness and the light are both alike to thee. For thou hast possessed my reins. Thou hast covered me in my mother's womb. I will praise thee, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are thy works, and that my soul knoweth right well. My substance was not hid from thee when I was made in secret and curiously wrought in the lowest parts of the earth. Thine eyes did see my substance, yet being unperfect. And in thy book all my members were written, which in continuance were fashioned, when as yet there was none of them. How precious also are thy thoughts unto me, O God! How great is the sum of them! If I should count them, they are more in number than the sand. When I awake, I am still with thee. Surely thou wilt slay the wicked, O God. Depart from me, therefore, ye bloody men. For they speak against thee wickedly, and thine enemies take thy name in vain. Do not I hate them, O Lord, that hate thee, and am not I grieved with those that rise up against thee? I hate them with perfect hatred. I count them mine enemies. Search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts, and see if there be any wicked way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting, 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 everlasting.
Yes, 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 yes. That's Psalm 139. Psalm 139 here, according to, oh, whoa. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, yes. You hear? Okay, yeah, just checking, mic check. Yeah, Psalm 139. Now, Psalm 139, yeah. Interesting, beautiful psalm right here. Let's touch on some of the basics. So here we have Mizmor, Kof, Lamed, Tate. Kof, Hebrew letter Kof, numerical value 100, Lamed 30, and Tate 9. So here we have Psalm 139 psalm right here. And here, some theme this psalm, Elohim, omniscient and omnipresent. Elohim, God, omniscient. Like omniscient is like a kind of a Latinized word that means all science, scient, like to say all knowing, right? All knowing, scientia, science to knowledge, right? Omni, all, right? Science and omni, right? All present, all present. Now we have some questions about this theologically speaking, not in the Almighty's ability, but in what's plainly revealed by his word. You know, even this Torah reading and feeding, with Abraham, and he says, now I know that such and such. And one would say, well, why? Didn't he know it already? Right? And this is not saying that he did not know, but I think what ones do is they try to put a certain, this is like putting attributes on Yahweh that's not really his attributes. Right, and it kind of creates a kind of a matrix in a sense. Come out of her, my people. Accepting certain attributes, and then we get to find out that maybe areas of scripture actually directly contradict something that we may have just come to kind of say. We're saying this, but it's not really true. Like, for example, Cain. Cain was removed out of his presence. Israel was removed out of his presence. Like later on, even, from his presence, from the presence. Oh, Lord, let me come into your presence. So if they had the idea that he's omnipresent in that sense, does he have the ability to be? Yes, of course, right? I mean, just as the Almighty has the ability to know, right? He has also the ability not to know, because that's what, and to be almighty, that is an attribute, all able, almighty. He has the attribute, right, to not know. For example, when it says he'll blot out our sins and they will be remembered no more. Right? He didn't say that, well, you're not going to remember no more. He says he will not. Right? So being almighty implies that one have that all might. They have the might to bring something to their knowledge or to remove it from their knowledge. And this is something that I think people get too religious and they think like, oh, you're trying to say that he doesn't know all. No, I'm saying that he has the ability to know all, right? But it's very clear in areas of scripture, right? And then when you do that, instead of them changing their view and say, okay, admit it, you know what I mean? Cain was moved from his presence, right? And one speak about getting in the presence and being out of the presence, right? And turn your face to us, O Yahweh. So there the Israelites were like, we are not in your presence, right? At that time. You know what I'm saying? Because he says he will also turn his face away from certain ones. Is his power there? As we mentioned earlier, yes. Right? The power, Elohim, creator, power, almighty, judge, right? The aspect of power. His power sustains, as we have in the new covenant, Brit Hadasha. He upholds all things by his word and his word of power. You know what I mean? But because one's power is a place, doesn't mean one's face, presence, face, right, is there. Right? Just want to point that out right there. And it's not that we're dismissing, omnipresence and omniscience, but when we think about areas of scripture, and the more we think about it, it's like Yahweh brings to mind, or I come across other areas where it's like, okay, this is another example of what I'm saying. So I have all these examples that go against something that you don't even find the word omniscient and omnipresent even anywhere in the translation we have before us. You know what I'm saying? What we have is the adoration of the Almighty One. I think this is what we should actually call the song, right? That Elohim is the Almighty, right? And according to his will, right, he does and will whatever he wills, whether he wills it into being or he wills it out of being. You know what I mean? And this is the essence of how the Hebrews articulated, right, their understanding and their relationship. You know what I mean? And what we should teach our children, right? Yeah, to be measured, especially about what we say, because we say things like omnipresent and then allow false theologies and allow slander against the Almighty comes into effect because nobody corrected the first lie, right? So omni means all, scient, right? Scient, because all science, all knowing, right? He says, even not knowing a wicked person, we find that in the psalm. Like he doesn't, like his ability to see, knowing implies also in God's science a more intimacy, right? That intimate knowing, right? Like he knows the wicked from far off. So that shows that the righteous he knows up close and personal. That's like this psalm. In this psalm, we get that close and personal relationship knowing, right? That's why he says, wherever I am, then, you are there, because we do have this relationship. I may be wrong, but, you have mercy because I know who you are, and I'm contrite, so Dawid is making all the right, not just the right reasoning or arguments, but he's pointing on key things that psychologically we should have in mind when we go into, it was in, like go to innermost innocence, because God said he'd be with us, right? He won't forsake us in Yeshua's name. So here it says Aramizing psalm. So as you read the psalm in the Hebrew, well, actually it's in Hebrew, but it has a lot of Aramaic. So basically it's like Eastern, Western, right? Like in some countries and places, they may speak different in the North and the South, or the East Coast and West Coast. So it's like the Hebrew, the biblical Yehudi, is more like Western, right? Afro-Shemitic. And the Aramaic is more like Eastern. So there are many similarities, but words are said different, right? More so than tomato. You know what I mean? But we can tell that these words come from a common, but they're different dialectical. So here, this psalm has a lot of Aramaicness to it. This tells us that most likely it was composed, after, the Babylonian captivity, or it was remixed for congregational worship, as we have in the book of Psalms. So here it says, in this amazing psalm, right, what the preceding psalm says in 139 and 6 comes to be carried into effect. So here's often where we look at the psalm and we see how it's connected to the preceding or the succeeding psalms, and we notice certain keys that shows us that even when the psalms were compiled, right, it was not just haphazardly. There was a certain rhyme or reason, and we're just studying to show ourselves approved. So here it says, for Yahweh is exalted, and he seeth the lowly and the proud. Wow, 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 wow. You see right there, we just say, hallelujah, Torah Rabba to Yahweh the Holy. No, I was just thinking like, man, I got to find that verse. But, the Spirit was like, just go forward. So here, you see this verse here? What's this verse? It says verse 6. Boom, 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 boom. Let me see right here. Verse 6. Is that a misnumbering right there? Right? A misnumbering right there. Trying to find this verse right here. For Yahweh is exalted. Right? He's exalted. Say verse 6 right there. 200 if I cannot attain it. Well, I don't know this particular verse right here, but that's the verse that we was talking about. All right, let's see if it's in this psalm. This psalm has manifold points of contact with its predecessor from a theological point of view. And say, tune, y'all, like to get into the true theology of His Majesty, our God, Father, and King of Kings, based on evidence. All right. This psalm has manifold points of contact with its predecessor. From a theological point of view, it is one of the most instructive of the psalms. All right. So why is this psalm important? Both here, what we're going to present here, but also as ones get the opportunity, to study in the 2s and 3s. And both as regards its content and poetic character in every way worthy of Dawid. All right. But it is only inscribed Lid Dawid because it is composed after the Davidic model. So now what this means is like even music sometimes later artists will do later tunes that somebody hearing it, they're automatically thinking of the earlier artists. They're like, wow, that sounds just like so and so and so. You know what I mean? Yeah, actually it was in Psalm 138 and 6. We got it right here. Right? And the haughty he knoweth afar off. So his knowledge of them is from far. Right? So there's a whole thing about proximity. Let me come into your presence, O Yahweh. Right? So-and-so was removed from his presence. You know what I'm saying? Understanding that. So if one is omnipresent, then when they're removed from the presence, they're really in the presence. So either the scripture is true or this other theological preconception. So this is a Davidic model, right? It's in the Davidic style, like a later artist, right? Being inspired by the earlier artists, and the content is very close to what the earlier artists may have done. It's a counterpart to such psalms as Psalm 19. We talk about Psalm 19, two witnesses, the witnesses in nature, in creation, right? As well as the witnesses in his word. And to other Davidic didactic. Didactic there, it means teaching, right? Someone who is an autodidact, it basically means that they are self-taught. Auto means self, right? Autodidact, right? So they're self-taught, right? So this is like other teaching psalms. So this psalm is basically a teaching. For the addition of La Menatzeah, right, neither proves, right, its ancient origin, because some say because it begins off La Menatzeah, the chief musician. Many of the earlier Davidic psalms begin off like that, because literally it was psalms that David composed to be given to the different Levites who were choristers, right, who would sing and give praise, right, when he had the ark in Zion. So that's the whole connection there. So some say, well, it's Davidic because look, it has on La Menatzeah, to the Menatzeah, the chief musician. So that neither proves its ancient origin. Yes, that's used in ancient times, but even later composers might adapt certain earlier forms of speech, right? Just to bring out bring out the point, right? Nor in a general way its origin in the period prior to the exile, as Psalm 74, for example, shows. That was at any rate not composed prior to the time of the Chaldean catastrophe. So talking about Chaldean catastrophe, y'all, since remember Abraham came out of Ur of the Chaldees, right? Ur of the Chaldees, right? Or Kasdim, and that's the ancient Babylonian area. So it's talking about the Babylonian, when the Babylonians destroyed the wall of Jerusalem, bust in, and then burned the temple and wreaked havoc and took, some of the best and the brightest into captivity, and left a very feeble population behind. This psalm falls into three parts, the three main parts from verse 1, right, till we get to like verse 12 and then verse 13, till we get to verse 19, and verse 19, right, till we get to the end. And this has 24 verses. We're not going to go through the whole 24 right here, right now, because look at the time here, but at least to see how far we can go and bring out at least one of the lessons or some of the lessons. The strophe arrangement, that's like the poetical. We look at the structure, like looking at music, the bars and all that, right, is not clear. So saying with this psalm, it's not like other psalms. You can see the bars, we can see the verses and the chorus lines clearer than we can with this psalm right here, right? So the first part, it celebrates, they say, the omniscient and the omnipresent one. We say it celebrates the Almighty, right? Who knows, right? And he be, right? The poet knows that he is surrounded on all sides by Elohim's knowledge, by God's knowledge and his presence. But you see, for the righteous, this is true. Let me point that out. For the righteous, this is true. But you know what I mean? For those who make the right choice and they do that which, or they are right and pleasing the Almighty side, well, yes, his gnosis, his knowledge, his da'at, and his presence, his face is with them. This is what the psalm is bringing out. It's context, right? Because the speaker is saying what their relationship is, right? His spirit, Yahweh's spirit, is everywhere and cannot be avoided, and especially for the righteous. But notice something. If one take this the wrong way in a religious sense and not in the logos, the word, the logical sense, then we ask a question. What about when the spirit of Yahweh was withdrawn from Shaul and an evil spirit came on him? Now, notice with David, the spirit that was in David is the Holy Spirit, and the Spirit of God was with David, right? But was not with Shaul, even though it was there. So it's around him, but not, you see what I'm saying? He still has that evil spirit. There's you know what I mean? He's not in the presence. You know what I'm saying? And his countenance, the countenance is his face. So notice we talk the Hebrew Trinity, talking about Yahweh, right? He who be who you be. His spirit, right? His face, his countenance is the face, his presence. Then the Hebrew is panim, but the word can be translated as face, countenance, person, presence, before, right? Is turned in every direction and inevitably in wrath or in love. Now, with the composer of Psalm 139, means Morkof Lamed Tate, and with the Israelites, generally speaking, but the Judahites here specifically, this is true. Right? When we did wrong, his wrath came. Right? Right? When we do right and seek to do right, his love, his mercy comes. You know what I mean? It's manifest because there's a relationship sense. Right? In the second part, the poet continues this. Right? Poet continues, sorry about that. Poet continues, right, this celebration with reference to the origin of humanity, right? And this is an overview here. In the third part, he turns in profound vexation of spirit toward the enemies of a God, of a power, right? Right? Of such a God, of such an Elohim as our Elohim, Eloheinu. And he supplicates for himself his proving, right? And guidance. We would say like his guidance and protection, right? So not going through all the verses right here, but at least giving a good overview, right? Which is the first step, right? It's like if you have music, you study the music sheet, the song sheet, to get an idea of it, get a feel, a vibe of it. In Psalm 139 and 1, right, and verse 4, right, Elohim, God, right, is called Yahweh, right? I say Javeh, Yahweh, Yahweh, right? In same Psalm, verse 17, he's called El, right? In verse 19, Eloah, Eloah, Eloha, Eloah, right? And in verse 21, again, he's called Yahweh, right? In verse 23, again, he's called El, right? Strongly as this psalm is marked by the depth and pristine freshness of its ideas and its vibe, its feeling, the form of its language, when we study the language linguistically, is still such as is without precedent in the Davidic age. In other words, it has more Aramaic flavoring that would not be a Davidic song. David spoke Western Yehudi, the Judean dialect of the Hebrew Afro-Shemitic, and he did not speak, Aramaic, especially not in his compositions. No doubt he could speak it, you know what I mean? But that's not how he composed, right? Within the Hebrew. So it's saying that this psalm has more. So to all appearance, it is an Arameo-Hebrew idiom. That means it's Hebrew influenced heavily by Aramaic forms. So that means that in the cycle of literature, that could only logically occur after the Babylonian captivity. Right after the Babylonian captivity. Yeah. So to all appearance, the Arameo-Hebrew idiom of the post-exilic, after the exile period, pressed right into the service of poetry. So it's kind of like the people were there for 70 years. So, they kind of, how languages go, right? So this kind of brings it all the way to New Covenant when one say that Yeshua spoke Aramaic. He also spoke this Arameo-Hebrew idiom, but he also understood the old language. You can say the old Ivrit, Yehudit. The psalm apparently belongs to those psalms that, in connection with their thoroughly classical character of form, they bear marks of influence, what we're trying to bring forward and share with one linguistically, that the Aramaic language of the Babylonian kingdom exerted over the exiles. It's like us today. Some things we say, but we're influenced by, the language of, the captors, so to speak, the language and other things as well, right? So this influence affected the popular dialect in the first instant. So the popular dialects of the old Yehudi that we have in the earlier writings and in David and in the Psalms gets kind of replaced by a later form. But the written language also did not escape it, right? The written language. There were some books that were more fully, right, more fully written with Aramaic, right? Or Hebrew heavily influenced, like the books of Daniel and the books of Ezra, right? They show this. And even the poetry of the Psalms is not without traces of this retrograde movement of the language of Israel. So in other words, Abraham came out of this region that spoke something similar, right? Then later on, he got to learn, right, the Hebrew, right, according to Jubilees and Metzafe, Metzafe Kufale, with the Ethiopic name of Jubilees Little Genesis, right? And remember the scrolls that we went into where the scrolls were revealed, right? It's in the previous, under Jubilees. I think the title there is Jubilees if one want to check it out. This retrograde movement. So in other words, Abraham came from this, learned the Hebrew, right? And then, the Israelites and Moshe and others, going back to the root Hebrew, right? A different dialect, a different way of speech, and then it coming to par excellence in the time of David. And now after the captivity, the influence of, so Abraham came out of the Aram region, the Aramaic region, right? Learned the Hebrew, his descendants from all those generations. And then after the exile, they get kind of touched by this again, and the language becomes kind of like seasoned, so to speak, right? So retrograde of the language of Israel toward the language of the patriarchal ancestral house, right? That's going back to time like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, because we have traces of that throughout. Even when Jacob is speaking to his he's speaking to his uncle, right? Laban, Uncle Eva, Uncle Whitey, he's speaking to him. There's a part in the narrative that's interesting when you see it in the text, because the text changes up, right? To show that Jacob spoke to Laban, according to the text, in Aramaic, right? He's talking Hebrew and Aramaic, but it's like, you want to, somebody's language, and so you'll speak that because you want to get a point across to them, right? So here we go, this psalm right here. Let's just take the kind of opening part, a quick overview of today's daily psalm right here, a really quick overview right here. Apologies, brothers and sisters, I know we went into some of the other areas of our study at this particular point. Only, usually it was 2 hours, and we sometimes go 3, sometimes a little bit more. So, give thanks for your time and your patience. Let's just kind of just touch on this right here a little bit, right? Let's say the six or so verses, just to get a groundation, an intro, right? The first 6 verses speaks of Elohim's his ability to know all. His ability to know all. The first 6 verses. Some say omniscience, right? We say his ability to know all. Because in that we acknowledge his ability to not know what he don't want to know, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Or not be where he don't want to be, right? Otherwise, we have to explain when ones are crying out about his presence being removed and people removed from his presence, right? And people being in his presence. You know what I'm saying? 7 to 12, right? Verses 7 to 12, right? We have Elohim's, the creators, his being able to be in any place, and that he seek to be, right? His all presence, right? Not being in every place. This is the part that we contend, with ones who say omniscient. We get the point, because most of them don't really think about it, or when they're reading the scripture, they don't say, wait, this definitely contradicts that. So verses 7 to 12, Elohim's ability to be in all places, right? You know what I mean? His ability to be wherever his power is, but his power remains as long as that place remains created. It remains in being, right? Verses 13 to 18, Elohim's wondrous works in human creation. So verses 13 to 18 speaks about the creation. And especially in this psalm, it speaks about, us as human beings. This is a psalm that says we are fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderfully and fearfully made. How does that go in the KJV? And let's go over here, verses 13 to 18, Elohim's wondrous work in human creation, like birth, the process of birth. And I mean, there are these wonders that we kind of lose sight of, in this modern world. You know what I mean? We lose sight of some of the simple wonders of creation, you know, that allows a human being to do good things or not good things, still that amazing power and ability, but especially if we look at the good, you know what I'm saying? The potential for the good in the way, the truth, and life of the King of Kings Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach. Verses 19 to 24, right? Lastly, but not leastly, is the last section we have here, the tefillah, the prayer against the wicked. So it's interesting in this psalm that speaks of Elohim's, his almightiness, his ability to know, his ability to be, right? It was summed up in the final verses 19 to 24 with a prayer against the wicked, which is only right, because it's like saying that you created this for this purpose, but look what the wicked have done, right? With creation. Look what they have done, you know, with your creation. Look how they have marred, right? That image and that likeness, even them. Right. So right here, let's just touch on this right here. Couple of verses here. Right here we have the opening verse right here to chief musician. That's Allah Menatzeach, chief musician, superintendent of the musical, you know, we say the worship, praise and worship. Yeah. A psalm of David. So it's described as Lid Dawid, of David Mizmor. Right? Lid Dawid, of David, for David, right? Mizmor. But as we study it, we already just went through that. It's not a Davidic psalm, right? In origination, it's a Davidic psalm, and it's copying the style of David, the words of David, but it's also seasoned with the post-exilic, the after the Babylonian captivity, Aramaic, right? So here he says the prayer begins, or the psalm begins here with the praise of Yahweh's, his all-knowing, or his ability to know, right? Yahweh, thou hast searched me and known, right? Notice it's personal here, right? One might say, well, doesn't he search everybody and know? I don't know, right? What I know is that with the righteous, there's a relationship. You know what I'm saying? I know if he want to search anybody, he can search anybody or everybody at the same time, right? Because he's the Almighty, right? So just according to the principle, the logic of what we're speaking about, Yahweh, thou hast searched me and known, right? So here, let's just go through a couple of these 6 or so verses, right? These 6 or so verses right here, right? Maybe we'll take it to 7, but here we go right here. 6 verses here. Let's compare, right? The Aleph verse right here. Today's daily psalm is more Kof, right? Lamed 8, right? 139. Mizmor Kof Lamed 8. Opening verse right here. La Menatzeach le Dawid Mizmor. Yahweh. Hakartani. Hakarta ani. Hakarta, you have hakard. Hakar. You have hakar. You have searched, right? You have examined, investigated. Hakarta, you have searched. Ani. Hakartani, right? Yahweh hakartani. Wa teda, and you have known. This is the opening verse, short verse, yada. Yada means he knew, to know, or he knew. He learned to know. He perceived, he saw, he found out, discerned, right? Here is wateda, and teda, you male have known. This is the opening verse here. Thou hast searched me. Really, and truly, my heart, as we have furthermore in verse 27, and also in Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 10, the same idea here, this Hebraic idea. Yahweh hakartani, you have searched ani, you have searched me, you have searched I, wa and teda, and you have yada me, you have teda, you male, has got to know me, right? And known, right? Well, actually, it's and you have known. There's no me there. So it says, you have searched me, hakatani, wa and teda, and you have known. You have recognized, you perceived. You know what I'm saying? The object me is not in the Hebrew, it's not in the verse, it's not in the Yehudit. It's not there, right? It's just teda. You, male, have known, right? And the idea is to be understood as all, right? The idea, not exactly what it said, but you know. You search and you know, right? You know, right? Not you search and you know me. That's a different sense. You search and know me, but you search and you have known. Right. So when you search me, you have known. You've known. You know what I mean? Not taking it personal, known me. No, you've known what from your search, what your search has revealed. This is the sense of you know my thoughts, my intentions, my feelings. Right. You know what kind of person I really am. Right. You have searched and you have known. So opening verse, Lamnat Tzayach Ledawit Mizmor Yahweh Hakatani. Wateda, and you have Wateda, right? It reminds me of like when people like in the magic, they'd be like Tada, right? But Teda, and you have known Teda, right? What have you known? Thou knowest my down sitting and mine uprising. Thou understandest my thought afar off. Mine understandest my thought afar off. It's kind of interesting because in the previous psalm, right? Psalm 138, around about verse 6. It's interesting. For thou, Yahweh, be high, yet regardeth he the lowly, right? The haughty he knoweth from afar. You get that sense right there. The haughty, the proud, he knows from afar. You know what I mean? So that's the previous psalm, the 6th verse. It says, Ata yadaita, Ata yadaita shipti wikumi. You know my shipti, my yashabing, my yashab to sit, my shipti, my sitting, kumi, and my kumi, my rising up, my rising up. So you know my sitting down and my rising up, my banta, you understand, you comprehend, banta. So banta right here is from being, right? Being, right? Banta. Banta is like hakavta, right? Banta. You have been, you have discerned, you understand, you consider, right? You have an understanding, you have overstanding. Banta le ra'i, right? Me rahok. Now here is the word le ra'i, right? This is an Aramaic word, right? From Reya. What's Reya? So my Reya is my purpose, right? Rei is my Reya. Reya, purpose, aim, thought. Rei, my purpose, my aim, my thought. This is an Aramaic, right, word here. My association of ideas. You know, like how I put things together. So here it says, thou knowest, yadaita, right? And here it is emphatic. Why is it emphatic? Because it says ata. Ata is the pronoun in Hebrew for you, male. It could have just said yadaita. Yadaita is like you know, it's saying like you male know, right? But here and putting the pronouns like you know. Like so you say to somebody, you know what I'm saying. You, right? You, not nobody else. You know. You can just say you know, but then when you emphasize like you know. Ata yadaita. Shiptiya wikumi banta le ra'i me rahok. You know, it's my purpose, my thinking, my. So the subject is emphatic in the Hebrew, the Yehudit. Thou, ata, you, the I, thee only, right? Because you are the knower, right? Can't have such intimate, right, knowledge of me. Not like other people know me, but you really know me because you know my thinking, you know my thought process, how I think, how I form ideas. You know all of that is what he's saying here. You know my shivti, you know my sitting down with kumi, my getting up, right? And the shivti with kumi is like to say my down sitting and my uprising, all the activities of my life. Remember when we played Queen Makeda and the Shema, the full of Shema, right? Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4 to verse 9. When you get to verse 7, it says, right, our I was sitting down, I was laying down, I was sitting down, I getting up, I going to and fro to teach these things always. So the idea of these words brings out all the activities of my life. When I'm sitting down, right? When I'm getting up, you know it. Like all the activities of my life. Banta, you understand, right? You're able to discern, finally, to discern, overstand. Banta, le rei, rei. You know my rei. You know my reya, my thought, my aim, my purpose, right? Meirahok, from far, right? From far off, right? Only again, this word reya, let's bring out the word reya here. This is the Aramaic word right here, reya, 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 aim, purpose. Let's scroll down here, thought, association. This brings it out best, and like association of ideas. You know, like how different people put things together, right? This is an Aramaic word meaning inclination and wish. So from an Aramaic perspective of the Targums, this is like my inclination, my wish, my association of ideas. May rahok, right? From far off, and the may rahok, right? From rahok. Rahok, far, may, from. May rahok, may ruk, right? May rahok, from far, from distant. Right, like you know somebody. I know you. I knew you from way over there. It reminded me of how with Yeshua, right? Adonai, right? That whole incident with what was it? And was it Nathanael? Right? Was it Nathanael or was it Andrew? I think it was Nathanael. Like, yeah, where he says, "I saw you sitting underneath the what kind of tree it was, a sycamore tree or some kind of tree. Yeah, so you under the tree and everything's a word, you know what I mean? Like he knew him from far, that sense of knowing all about him, right? Like recognizing him. But even this is deeper. But the Gimel verse here, this is just speaking of Yahweh's ability to know all and the direct ability to know one who he is in communion with and one who's in covenant with him. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not a stranger. When you're not a stranger to a situation, you appeal different than somebody who's a stranger. So this is like one who's not a stranger. Thou compassest my path and my lying down, and art acquainted, right? All my ways. You are acquainted with all my ways. You compassest. This is like to winnow. To winnow. And we don't use this word so much as zara. Zara is like to scatter, to fan. It's like when, like in an agricultural sense, when you're like winnowing wheat and stuff, like you're fanning it out to get, to thresh it, to clean it, to disperse it, to winnow it, to fan it, right? John said something about like, the one that come after him, right? And that winnowing process, right? Yeah. So right here, to winnow, right? You winnow my path, almost like you, almost it could be like to tweak it in a sense, or to, to purge it on a certain idea. But you compass my path. They use this word up here, but here it brings out the sense scrutinize. Here it says orchi or archi, right? The orchi, right? Orach is a path, right? A path, a road, right? A path, like my path of life, how I move to and fro, the road. It's more like the word for road than way, right? But paths can be good. Orchi, my orach path, orchi, my path, right? With ribai, right? And my ribai, right, is reba. Reba is also another Aramaic word for laying down, stretching out, to lie down, right? My prostration for sleep, like how I stretch out, like a person stretch out for sleep, right? So my way, like when I'm moving about, right? When I'm upright, and also when I'm stretching out. And it says zerita, right? Right here it says in my lying down, both of these, my way and my lying down, zerita, no, not that word, compassive, zerita to zara, right? Like the scat, like you see farmers, with the wheat and other things, when they're threshing it, so to speak, right? It says we call derakai, and all derakai, all of my ways, my derek. Derek is a way, derakai is my ways, right? We call derakai in all my ways. Hiskanta. We call derakai, hiskanta, you sakan, right? You be of use, of service, profit, benefit, right? Right? Right here, it's like familiar. It's like it has a sense of be serviceable in one sense, but its root sense is like you're familiar with it. Hiskanta. You already know, you're familiarized. You know what I mean? It's like all my ways is almost like a custom. You know, I think I'm doing something different, but you already know how I do what I do, right? So a better way to bring the sound is thou measurest my going about and my lying down. Remember, it's an Aramaic influence, so the words are used in a little different sense. Or chi literally is way, but bringing out the Aramaic translation is to say almost like thou measurest my going about, right? When I'm on the road, with ribi, right? Ribi, and also when I'm laying down, am I laying down? You are acquainted or you're familiarized, zarita, right? Zarita, right? You measure and you are acquainted. Hiskanta, Wakal derakai. Wakal derakai, Hiskanta. With all of my ways, you are familiar. And let me just bring out the word ways so you can see that there. Derek, right? A way. So the word derek, way, orach, a path or road, right? So what do we have here, right? This sense obtained by connecting, right? The word measure, by connecting the verb zeret. We look at the word zeret that comes from zara, right? Zeret, right? Zeret means a span. It is, however, to be connected with the common verb meaning winnow or to sift. You sift. That's the word I was looking for. You sifting, right? And should be translated as thou siftest, right? But by sifting it, you also measure it by sifting it. When you sift something, you can measure it out. Submit to a minute scrutiny. So in the ancient Arameo-Hebraic sense, this is like, you're acquainted with all my ways. You compass, you measure, you sift my ways, like you close scrutiny down to the most minute, right? A minute scrutiny, like a search, right? My going about, or he, right? My orach, right? This word and its contrast is laying down, ribi, right? In combination, it also signifies, as we mentioned, with sitting and rising up, sitting down and rising up. It signifies the daily activity of a person's life, a person's day, as I go back to and fro and go about my business. My ways, derakai, we're called derakai. The ways here brings out my the dealings with my fellows, with my chaverim, with my achim, brothers and sisters, and just people, with others, how I deal with ones, the way I deal with this, the way I deal with that, right? It's used of Elohim, right, in Psalm 138 and 5. In the previous Psalm, it says 138, let's see, this is the CXX 38 and 5, right? Speaking of ways. When it says, yea, they shall sing in the ways of Yahweh, right? With Yashiru, they shall sing be darkei, the ways of, in the ways of Yahweh. They shall sing in the ways of Yahweh, right? There, how these psalms are kind of connected with some key words and themes, right? So what we have right here, right, is this verse right here, once again, Orchi with Ribai Zarita. Orchi we rivi zarita. We call the rakai hiskanta. All right. So here we bring it right here to the Dalet, the fourth verse right here. All right. He goes on to say this knowing, like how Yahweh really knows him. Right. And he's admitting, right, and we admit this knowledge. For not a word in my tongue. Lo, look, see, here it is. Yahweh, right? You knowest it altogether. Right? So there's not a word in my tongue, but you know it all together. Here he says, ki ain. Ki, because ain, right, without mila. So here, remember the Aramaic influence, we have mila, mile, word, speech, utterance. Not the dabar so much here, but this is more the Aramaic, mila, right, speaking, without, kind of like speaking, bia lishoni, right? Without speaking with my lashon, with my tongue. Be lashoni, with my tongue. Hain, look, see, here it is. Hain. It's like short for hine. Hain, Yahweh, Hain. Like, look, see, Yahweh, right? Yadaita, kula, Yadaita. You have known it, kula. They didn't bring it all together here. Let's go down here. Kula is this word call from all, right? Kula, all in totality, right? You know it in totality. It's not together, but it's like you know it completely or in totality, right? So according to the translation, right, word in my tongue, but you know it's all together. The meaning is that Yahweh knows the real intention behind the spoken word when it is used to conceal thought. You know, sometimes we speak words, but we're actually veiling over what we're thinking. You know what I'm saying? But Yahweh, he knows this. This is what he's saying. Ki ein milah bi lashoni. Hein Yahweh. Yadayata kula. Yadata kula, you know it completely, right? You know it completely, right? So alternative translation could be from the Hebrew, where it's like, for a word is not yet in my tongue. Ki ein milah bi lashoni. Ki ein milah bi lashoni. For a word, right, is not, to say like is not in the sense of is not yet in my tongue. But lo, hain, look, see, hain, here it is. Right, look, right, hain, look, see, Yahweh, oh he who be, Yadaita, you have already known, Kula, you have known it completely, all of it in totality, right? So here, bringing us in, said, Eloheinu is aware of the thought to be expressed before even it is put into words. Remember earlier we talked about what Sarah actually said, right, in her heart, but then what Yahweh said, right? It wasn't one to one, but it actually was the main point behind it. Like, even though she was speaking about her pleasure, right? When she had pleasure, right? And talked about him being old, right? Yahweh he concealed that aspect, you know what I mean? And basically spoke to the essence of it. And the essence of it is, okay, we're going to do this, and then I'm going to have a child, right? The child is the pleasure, and the act of doing it, you know, can be pleasurable to even obtain the child, right? So that is the sense. But Yahweh then business himself, you know what I mean, in married people's business. You know what I'm saying? And he got to it because the verse here says, Ki ein milah bi lashoni. Hain Yahweh Yadaita Kula. Right? You know it kula, right? You know it all together. So right here to the fifth verse, the hey is the Hebrew letter, right? And that's the fifth letter. So sometimes it substitutes for numbers in written, right? Thou hast beset me behind and before, and laid thine hand upon me. You have beset me, right? You hem me in. You hem me in, right? This word beset, sore. You bind, right? Besiege. You confine, cramped. You shut me in, right? Behind and before, and lay thy hand upon me. You ever been in a tight situation and you're like, you know, in life, and it's like, man, it's like almost like if you're driving and, you know, you can always back up or you can move forward and you can kind of get out of it. But, you know, like if the cars are too close, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like you get really hemmed in, you know, and this is what he's saying right here. It's like he was really hemmed in, right? And these situations in life, right? The context of the psalm right here. Here it says, Ahor behind Kedem. Ahor Kedem. Ahor means like behind, right? Ahor, behind, the rear, backwards, behind, Ahor, right? Ahor, wa, and Kedem. Ahor, wa, Kedem. Wa, Kedem, and Kedem is before, the Kedem, in the front, the east, but also has a sense of being before. Kedem, as in Kedemawi, right? Behind and before, right? Behind and before. You have Sarta. Sarta, you have bound Ani, Satani. Ahor Wakedem Satani. Ahor Wakedem Satani. You behind and before Satani. You have laid siege to me. You know what I mean? I can't move. I'm hemmed in. Wa tashet, and you have set watashet, and you have set alai, you set upon me watashet alai kapeka, kapeka, you set up on me like the palm of your hand, right? You set upon me your kap, right? The palm of, almost like if you put your hand on somebody's head in a sense and you holding them in a, yeah, it's almost that is almost like the idea, right? The idea here, not his hand, but the palm, kapeka, kaf, kapeka, right? So the fuller verse, achor wa kedem as artani, wa tashet alai kapeka, right? Wa tashet alai kapeka, and you have sheet to set, to put, tashet, you male have put, tashet, you have put, you have laid, right? Alai, upon I, kapeka, you have laid, your hand, the palm of your hand, right? Talk about sunning, right? Your hand upon I. So sartani from sora, from the verb sora, to bind, to besiege, to confine, to cramp, to shut in, to besiege, to hem in. It is the verb of to describe laying siege to a city. So this verb here, sor, is often used when somebody lays siege to a city, right? It's like nobody can get in, nobody can get out, right? Everybody's stuck in there, going crazy, right? Yahuwah has, as it were, besieged him, right? So that there is no escape. That's why I asked, you've been in situations like in life where at times and periods you're like, man, I was really hemmed in then. I couldn't move forward, couldn't move back, couldn't get out of it. And it was almost like right here, Wateshet alai kapeka. Watashet alai kapeka. Lay thine hand, thy palm. You've grasped me and I can't get away. You know what I'm saying? This also is kind of found later on in verse 10, right here, this particular idea. So we have this verse here, the fifth verse, Achor wa kedem satani. Tashet alai kapeka. Right here, the vav verse right here, the sixth verse right here. He says, but this is interesting that after saying that, he says, knowledge, too wonderful for me. Right? Knowledge, not the general sense of knowledge, but trying to figure out things. Sometimes it's like, man, I don't know. Right? When you say, man, I don't know, it's like knowledge is too wonderful, like to try to figure out the situation. Remember, one verse is leading to the next, right? It is high, right? I cannot. We use this a lot today. It reminds me of the old language. I just can't. Yo, so-and-so's, no, I just can't with him. I can't, I just can't. I can't. What you mean you can't? I just can't. Right? I cannot. Right? I cannot to it. Right? I'm not able to it. Here, let's bring it out right here. It says, Palia or plia. Plia, palia. Wonderful, incomprehensible. You remember the Torah reading with Yahweh, the Hebrew triune, Elohim, right? Yahweh appearing to Abraham, the Shalosha Nashim, the three men. Remember when he says, why did Sarah laugh? Right? And he said what she said. And he says, is there anything too hard for Yahweh? Is there anything too hard? The pala, right? Pala, fala, fela, right? That sense here is the sense of this word right here, pali, palia. It's like something wonderful, something that go beyond like comprehension. It's like, even if technology is something that you can understand, but before you understand it, it's like, wow, that's amazing, and you get to understand. But here, he's saying that all these things is like amazing. It's amazing. It's wonderful. It's beyond his comprehension. It's too difficult for him to understand. Let's go down to the root right here. We have pala. You see pala right here? Let's scroll down here. It's beyond one's power, difficult to do, right? But it's also difficult to understand, right? Some things are difficult to do, right? But it's also difficult to understand how that was done, right? So he says, all this, how I got myself in this situation. It's like, whoa, palia da'at, right? The da'at, the knowledge is palia. It's too difficult for me, mimeni, palia da'at mimeni, palia da'at mimeni, palia da'at Da'at, the knowledge. Da'at, here you have the word da'at. Now on the Kabbalistic tree of life, this is the hidden sefer. Kind of interesting right there. Knowledge, da'at. In the Greek, it'd be gnosis. Right? Da'at. Remember the tree, the eights, tov, ra, right? But here it's just basic, right? Knowledge. Palia da'at mime from ani, mimeni, from me. So to say it's more than me or it's beyond me is to say it's from me. So wonderful knowledge from me, but he's saying like it's wonderful. The knowledge is wonderful beyond me. It's like I don't know. I just can't figure. He says nisgaba nisigaba nisigaba nisgaba nisigaba niskaba lo ukal niskaba lo ukal. Right now, sagab is high. Niskaba, sagab is a word for high, and this is in the nephil. Nephil is there. Nisigaba, niskaba, niskaba, nisigaba is to be high. It's high. It's exalted. It's like beyond my human means. It's like in Yahweh's domain, right? Nisigaba, lo ukal, lo, not ukal, not me being able. Ukal, I'm able, lo, not ukal. I'm not able, la. Lo ukal la, or fully enunciate, lo ukal laha, right? I am not able to her. I'm not able for her, right? No, right? I'm not able for her. Now, it's interesting for her, for the knowledge. Technically, da'at could be a feminine word because it has a T, the tav terminal, but it's saying that this whole thing is just beyond me, is what he's saying, right? This whole thing is beyond me, right? Such knowledge, such da'at, right? That Elohim possesses, that Yahweh possesses, right? Of him. Remember, all the verses are leading down to this verse right here, right? Right? Such knowledge, right, is wonderful, right? What he knows of him, right? But what he can know and maybe does know of every individual, but he's keeping it very personal here, right? What he knows that Yahweh knows of him is, as it says right here, Palia da'at mimeni, right? Too wonderful for me. Nisigaba, lo kal lah, right? I am not able for her. I'm not able for it, right? It's beyond my human, my comprehension, right? Just beyond my comprehension. So one more verse, is the seventh verse, and then we just seal up for right now, the Zion right here, right? Leave you with this thought right here. It says, whither shall I go from thy spirit? Right? Where shall I go from your spirit? Now notice he's saying that Yahweh knows this, but he's saying that it's not like he's just physically, personally here, but through his spirit. Right? What did Moshe Yeshua said? Right? Elohim is a spirit. Those who worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. Right? Such knowledge, right? So where shall I go from thy spirit? Or whither, right, shall I flee from thy presence, from thy face? Right? There's a relationship here, and I can't shake this relationship. Right? Remember that this is in the context of Israel and a covenant-keeping relationship right here. Here. He says, where shall I go from thy spirit? Right? Let's get the verse here. He says, Ana eleka me rucheka. Ana eleka me rucheka. Right? Where ana elek, I to go, elek me from rucheka, from your ruach. Me rucheka. Where can I go from rucheka? Me rucheka. Where can I go from your spirit? Where ana, right? And like where, right? Mia paneka, from your face, right? Ebrach, right? Where ana, mia paneka. Ebrach. Barach is to flee. Barach is like to flee. Like man, he left. Yeah, he was like brach. But here ebrach, like where can I flee? Where can I run away? Right? From your face, from your presence, from your perception. It's almost like knowing that Yahweh sees you. You know what I mean? It's like it's yeah. You know what I mean? Some don't have that there, because maybe his presence not there. But in this personal testimony, where can I go? Right? Ana, the ana part. The ana. Here's the ana part. Ana. Whither, where? Ana, with the where. In this sense here, ana. Right? So ana elek me rucheka wa ana mi paneka evrach. Mi paneka evrach. Like where? Whither shall I go? Where could I go? Ana elek. Ana elek. Where? Right? If I desire to remove myself from your sphere of influence, from the sphere of thy influence, right? Ana mi paneka evrach, right? Thy spirit, rucheka, Elohim, as active in the world. From the very beginning, Bereshit, Genesis 1 and 2, it says, and the spirit, right, the ruach of Elohim hovered over the face, right, over the face of the waters. So even right there, his spirit was there, his spirit as active, right, in the world, in his world. And then he says, where? From your face. So from your spirit and from your presence, your spirit and from your face. And you'll see throughout the scripture, this is how he communicates. In a couple of instances, it's a little more personal, right? But here, wa'ana mi paneka ebrach. So what we have here, mi from paneka, right? From your panim, right? From your face. Your face is your person, your presence. You know what I mean? From your person, your presence. This fills his presence, right, is able to fill the universe and manifest his relationship with human beings where he wills. But we have to keep this as a footnote. Scripture is clear that where he seeks his presence not to be, because he's the Almighty, he can remove that. You know what I mean? He can remove that. Even Yeshua, in a sense, kind of testified to that. Couple more verses here. We're already in the 7 to 12, right? 7 to 12 right here. We'll just take 7 to 12 right here, right? And the Chet verse, right? Because this was a favorite psalm of mine right here years ago. That's a whole other testimony. He said, if I ascend up into heaven, all right, no man has, but the thought comes to mind. If I ascend into heaven, thou art there. So in ancient time, people thought about, what if I ascend up there? What's up there? If I make my bed in hell, right? Behold, thou there, right? And here the hell is Sheol, the underworld, the grave, right? The underworld. Here he says, im esak. Im esak ashamaim sham ata. Shamata. He says, im esak shamaim, if I send up to Shamaim, sham ata, shamata, sham there ata, there you, there is the I, right? Where atziyah, right? Sheol hineka, right? Atziyah, right? Atziyah. So the atziyah, the yatzah, is like a spread bed. It's like a bread, like kind of like one like spreads out a place to lay down, right? So he says atziyah. So like if I spread my bed, Sheol, if I make Sheol, right? My bed, right? Hineka. He says hine, behold, look and see the ka. Hine, right? Hineka. Like you are there. Behold you, right? So if I send into heaven, Shamata, right? Atziyah Sheol. If I make Sheol like my bed, like where I'm gonna lay down, right? Hineka. Look, you are there, right? So where? So for the thought and the language here, go to Amos chapter 9, verse 2. Amos chapter 9, verse 2. Job chapter 17. Job chapter 17, verse 13. You get this language here, right? Ascent. Here we have another Aramaic word from Nasak to ascend. Nasak is not the Allah like the Aliyah, but Nasak. So he says right here, if esak, esak shamaim, esak, if I ascend shamaim to the heavens, sham there, sham ata, shamata, you are there. So this in Aramaic has a sense of going up. It's like a common Aramaic verb for like going up. Imesak, right? Nasak, Imesak Shemaim Shamata, right? Or make my bed, right? Make Sheol like my couch. If I make Sheol the underworld, the netherworld, right? If I make Sheol, and this is the Sheol right here, right? Not to be confused with some of the Gentile ideas, right? The language that passes from one extreme of space, right, and even time to the other, right? From the heavens to Sheol, right? He says, you are present wherever I go, you are there, right? I can't run from you, is what he's saying right here. So the 8th verse right here, and what we're saying, the 8th verse right here, the 9th verse, he says, if I take the wings, still a part of this hypothetic right here. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, right? Take the wings of the morning. Esa, if I lift up, Nasa, if I lift up, Esa, Kanfei Shahar. Esa, Kanfei Shahar. Esa, if I lift up, Kanfei Shahar. If I lift up the Kanfei, the wings of, Kanaf is a wing, Kanfei is the wings of, Kanfei Shahar. Kanfei Shahar, the wings of the dawn, of the dawning, the wings of the dawn. Esa, Kanfei Shahar, Eshkana be Acharit Yam. And I Eshkana, and I Shakan, I choose to Shakan there, Eshkana, right? Let me Shakan, let me dwell, Eshkana, right? Be Acharit. Acharit is like the end, the after part, the latter part, the end, the Achor Acharit. In the latter time it can be, or in like the far ends of the Yam, right? Be'acharit Yam. The Yam here is the Hebrew for sea, right? In the most distant, uttermost sea. The sea is like at the end of the world, right? So this verse is the interluding verse. Esa kanfei shachar, eshkana be'acharit yam. So what do we have right here? Right? This is now speaking to the presence, the all presence, or his presence, right? Manifesting wherever I go, right? The wings of the morning, the kanfei shahar, the wings of the dawn, right? To the ancient Shemites, even amongst the Yonawians, the Ionians, the earlier ones, and even the later Greeks, and the Etruscans and the later ones, the Romans, among many of these ancient peoples, some saw there was some sort of a goddess or something of the dawn that had wings with which she arose on the Eastern Ocean. Now, for the Torah observant Hebrews, of course, this was not so, but just these ideas. There was some sort of presence that rose when the dawning, and it was like wings was rising up, right, from the Eastern Ocean, from the Kedem, right? And in the course of the day, right, covered the whole sky, right? It was like the dawn was like wings, the wings of the dawn, and the day was like the whole, the wings covering the whole day, right? It's an interesting imagery, right? The psalmist makes a happy issue of this imagery without in the least compromising the fact that he recognizes Yahweh Echad. So when you see where this imagery is used elsewhere, they might be ascribing this to a goddess or something else, but he uses this imagery to point out a common ancient imagery without, the other gods. Just to point that out there as well. All right. So, right, the sea, the Yam is the Mediterranean usually. Go as far west as the wings of the morning fly, as the Kanfei Shahar flies. So the dawn is like wings coming up, and then the day become those wings big and large. And as the day goes past, it's like the wings keep going on, right? So if he goes to the Acharit, right, Eshkana be'acharit yam, if he makes his dwelling wherever these wings go, because they knew that there was more over there, but many didn't know exactly what. The uttermost limits to the outer limits, right? Some would say the western horizon. If I go from the east, because basically we have an east to west, the dawn, right, in the east and the setting in the west. If I go from east to west, right, he goes on to say right here, the Yod verse, the 10th verse, just two more after this, he says, even there shall thy hand lead me, and thy right hand shall hold me. Now, here's interesting in the Hebrew, hand here is yad, and yad, right, yad is a noun feminine. And then right hand here is yamin, and yamin, right, is also a noun feminine, right? So here, in speaking of Yahweh's, his hands, his servants, his hands, here it says gam sham, gam, also sham, also there, gam sham, also there, yadika, also there is thy hand, thy yad, yadika, right? Tanacheni, tanacheni, tanachay, leading, ani. Tanachay, leading, ani, I. Tanacheni, leading me, right? With to chazeni, with to chazeni, and to chazeh, right? To chazeh, holding, right? To hold, like the grass, to hold, right? To chazeh, the I male, holding, ani. To chazeni, with to chazeni, Yemineka, and holding I, right? She who is holding me, to chazeni, is actually she who's holding me. Yemineka is your yamin, is your right hand, right? So what it's saying here is gam sham yadika, right? Your hand, tanacheni, she is leading me, with to chazeni, right? And she who holds me is yemineka, is your right hand. This is what is brought out right here, to lead me, right? To lead me, tanacheni, and to hold me, to grasp me, right? Tochazeni. So achaz, tochazeni, right? She who is grasping me, tochazeni, she who holds me, right? Tanacheni, right? She who guides me, thy, right? Thy hand, thy right hand. Wherever he was, right, he would find himself within the sphere, right, of Yahweh's control as well as his direct influence. He can't get away, right? That's the sense here, right? So once again, Gam Sham, Yadaka Tancheni, where Tochazeni, Yemineka, right? Here to the 11th verse, Yod Aleph, Yud Aleph first. If I say, surely the darkness shall cover me, even the night shall be light about me. So even if I were to say that darkness is going to cover me, right, that the night shall be light about me. Interesting, right? Wa Omar, Wa and Omar, Omar. I say Wa Omar, and I say the sense of if I say Ak for sure, Ak Choshek for sure, darkness for sure, no doubt about it. Ak Choshek, surely Choshek. Surely darkness, ak choshek, surely obscurity, darkness, right? Ye shufei ani, ye shufei, right? Shall shuf, shall. Notice the word here, some bring it out as bruise, crush, to gape upon, right? Here it has a sense of not just cover, right? It's translated here as cover, but really if it breaks me, bruise me, if it the sense of like if it gapes and snaps at me, oh snap, right? Overwhelm me, right? The darkness, the obscurity, right? The darkness, the disillumination, if it overwhelms me. Wa Omar Ak Chosheka Yish Shufeni, right? What would happen? With Lila and the night, right? And the night with Lila, or light, illuminated, or ba adeni, even the night, the Lila, right? The Lila, the night, right? Or light, illumination, light, or right? Ba'adeni, ba'ad is like, it has a sense of ba'adeni. It means like through me. It's like through me. It's like through of action, right? So it's almost like saying, even if I'm in this situation, physical or metaphorical or figurative, that your light, right, is going to shine even for me, even in a dark time, right? Right? It's going to shine. It's like shine through me in a sense. Ba adeni, right? So it points out, even when Moshe has talked about that, about the light that's in us, the confidence, the faith, the trust. Wow, Omar, Kosheka Yeshufeni, Welila or Ba'adeni. So what do we have right here? Surely the darkness shall gape at me, almost like cover me over, almost like the darkness, like eating something up, right? The obscurity envelop me. Better let only the darkness enshroud me, right? About me be dark, right? It were futile to try to evade Yahweh's. Here the note says all-seeing eye. I know people are going to think about the wrong thing. We have to get into that verse elsewhere. But his all-seeing ability, right? How his eye and his eyes see all, right? So even if one hide or hid from him in the dark, right? Like that light will still, shine. So it has a twofold sense, whatever the condition is. I'm running away, or I'm in a situation still, his light is there. I'm trying to get away from it and hide, right? Because it's almost like, because there is his life in me, it's almost like the writer's perceiving that I can't run from you because my even existence is dependent on you. So through that there, wherever I go, you are. So it's actually it's a spiritual, right, consciousness. It's a level of growth in ancient thought concerning the divine, the Almighty. That's very interesting. But here, right? Let's go to one more verse here. Yod Beit, 12th verse. It says right here, right? Yea, the darkness hideth not from thee, right? But the night shineth as the day. The darkness and the light are both, right, alike. Now it's interesting the time of the year, like the equal day, like a kind of an equinox kind of thing, but not in the season, but in the experience. Like the equinox is like speaking about the equinox of experience right here, right? Right? Hebrew, as the darkness, so is the light. Okay, here we go. Bring out the Hebrew as the darkness is Gam Choshek, right? Also darkness, Lo Yachshik, right? Will not darken me. Something like saying the darkness will not darken, right? Will not darken me meka, from you. The darkness will not darken from you. With Lila and the night Kayom, as the day Yair. So the night will shine as the day. With Lila Kayom Yair. With Lila Kayom Yair, right? Ka Hasheka. Ka, like the Hasheka, like the darkness, Hasheka. So it's saying that the night, like the day, Lila Kayom Yair, will shine. Ka, like Hasheka, like the darkness, Ka Ora, like the light, It's an interesting in the Hebrew, the bill, but just to bring out the basic sense, Gam, also Hoshek, also darkness, Lo Yahashik, will not like darken Mimeka, will not darken from thee, right? Will not darken from thee, with Lila and night Kayom, as the day, Yair, will illuminate and shine, Ka Hasheka, like the darkness, Ka or, like Haora is like the light. It's an interesting, in a sense, not really saying both are alike, but it's saying that they are like by proxy, but literally saying like the darkness, the Hasheka, there's the Hasheka right there, like the darkness, Ka Ora, right, is like the light. So looking at the figurative sense, like with you around, There's the darkness, the sad times, right? You're there, right? And then it's like the light of joy and happiness. You are there. You know how sometimes people feel forsaken, sometimes in bad times. They're like, where is God? Here, no such is really brought out. Anyway, we're going to pause on that just due to the time, brothers and sisters, and also for, like honor of your time and give thanks, because what we're seeking to do here, many ones have, abided and tarried with us, through these times. And I give thanks, and hopefully we can build it up more together. But hopefully that's a good place right there, speaking about his all ability to know, especially to know those who he is covenant and intimate with, as well as his ability, to be there, his presence. And it's interesting, that last point right there, that sometimes we get in situations and we think, well, why God? Why? And still recognizing that he is there with us. It's like we say he's not there because we have a kind of a faulty view. Perhaps we're looking at him as another and should see him as he be. He who be who he be. Hallelujah. So right here, brothers and sisters, we can go on. I know there's a little more to that, but right here, just due to the time and also the time we have on this podcast here, let's keep it, as tight as possible right here. I hope that I was able to get, a strength and inspiration from there. Let us chant. Let's chant right here. Boom, 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 boom. Here, let us actually bring out this right here. We got a couple of versions of Hebrew intro. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, the full right here. Here we go. Right here we go. We'll bring out the Hebrew first and foremost, and then we'll flip it up right to the English.
למנצח לדוד מזמור, אדוני חקרתני ותדע, אתה ידעת שבטי וקומי, בנת לרעי מרחוק, רוחי ורבעי זרית, בכל דרך הסכנת, כן מילה בלשוני, אין אדוני ידעת כולה, אחמור וקדם צרתני, ותשת עלי כפיך, ולידעת ממני, הסגבה לא אוכל עלה, אנא אלך מרוחך, ואנא מפניך אברח, אם אשק שמיים שמעת, ואציע שאול נמנקה, אשק חנפי שחר, אשכנה באחרית ים, גם שם ידיך תנחני, ותאחזני ימינך, ואומר לך חושך ישופני, ולילה אור בעדני, גם חושך לא יחשך ממך, ולילה כיום יאיר כחשיכה כאורה, כי אתה כני תנחליותיי, תסוכני בבטן אמי, עודך על כינורות נפלאתי, נפלאים מעשיך ונפשי יודעת מאוד, לא נכחל עוצמי ממך, אשר עושיתי בסתר, וקמתי בתחתיות ארץ, גול מי ראו עיניך, ועשיפך כולם יכתבו, ימים יוצרו ולא אחד בהם, ודימי יכירו רעיך הן, מעצמו ראשיהם, הספרם מכל ארגון, הקיצותי ועוד ירימך, אם תקטול אלוה רשע, אנשי דמים סורו מני, אשר ימרוך עליהם במזימה, נסו לשב עריך, הלא מסנך אדוני אסנה, ובתקוממך את קוטת, תכלית שנאה שנאתים, אויבים היו לי, חוקרני אל ודע לבבי, בחונני ודע שרעפי, וראה עם דרך עוצב, ויונחני בדרך עולם. למנצח לדוד מזמור, אדוני חקרתני ותדע, אתה ידעת שבטי וקומי, בנת לרעי מרחוק, רוחי ורבעי זרית, בכל דרך הסכנת, כן מילה בלשוני, אין אדוני ידעת כולה, אחמור וקדם צרתני, ותשת עלי כפיך, ולידעת ממני, הסגבה לא אוכל עלה, אנא אלך מרוחך, ואנא מפניך אברח, אם אשק שמיים שמעת, ואציע שאול נמנקה, אשק חנפי שחר, אשכנה באחרית ים, גם שם ידיך תנחני, ותאחזני ימינך, ואומר לך חושך ישופני, ולילה אור בעדני, גם חושך לא יחשך ממך, ולילה כיום יאיר כחשיכה כאורה, כי אתה כני תנחליותיי, תסוכני בבטן אמי, עודך על כינורות נפלאתי, נפלאים מעשיך ונפשי יודעת מאוד, לא נכחל עוצמי ממך, אשר עושיתי בסתר, וקמת בתחתיות ארץ, גול מי ראו עיניך, ועשיפך כולם יכתבו, ימים יוצרו ולא אחד בהם, ודימה יכירו רעיך הן, מעצמו ראשיהם, נספרם מכל ארגון, הקיצותי ועוד ירימך, אם תקטול אלוה רשע, אנשי דמים סורו ממני, אשר ימרוך להם במזימה, נסו לו שב עריך, הלא משנאיך אדוני אשנא, ובתקוממך את חוטאת, תבליט שנאה שנאתים, אויבים היו לי, חוקרני אל ודע לבבי, בחונני ודע שרעפי, וראה עם דרך עוצב, ויונחני בדרך עולם.
Come be a part of.
LOJ, Atlanta Jews Society,
where Hebrew feels like home.
Psalm 139.
מזמור קל"ט למנצח לדוד מזמור.
O Lord, thou hast searched me and known me, and known me, and known me, and known me, and known me.
אדוני חקרתני ותדע.
Thou knowest my down sitting, and mine uprising, and mine uprising, and mine uprising, and mine uprising, and mine uprising.
אתה ידעת שבתי וקומי.
Thou understandest my thought afar off, far off, far off, far off, far off.
בנת לרעי מרחוק.
Thou compassest my path and my lying down, my lying down, my lying down, my lying down, my lying down.
אורחי ורבעי זריתה.
And art acquainted with all my ways, my ways, my ways, my ways, my ways.
וכל דרכי הסכנת.
For there is not a word in my tongue, but lo, O Lord, thou knowest it all together.
כי אין מילה בלשוני, הן אדוני ידעת חולק.
Thou hast beset me behind and before, and laid thine hand upon me. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me. It is high, I cannot attain unto it. Whither shall I go from thy spirit? Or whither shall I flee from thy presence? If I ascend up into heaven, thou art there. If I make my bed in hell, behold, thou art there. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there shall thy hand lead me, and thy right hand shall hold me. If I say, surely the darkness shall cover me, even the night shall be light about me. Yea, the darkness hideth not from thee, but the night shineth as the day. The darkness and the light are both alike to thee. For thou hast possessed my reins. Thou hast covered me in my mother's womb. I will praise thee, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are thy works, and that my soul knoweth right well. My substance was not hid from thee when I was made in secret and curiously wrought in the lowest parts of the earth. Thine eyes did see my substance, yet being unperfect. And in thy book all my members were written, which in continuance were fashioned, when as yet there was none of them. How precious also are thy thoughts unto me, O God! How great is the sum of them! If I should count them, they are more in number than the sand. When I awake, I am still with thee. Surely thou wilt slay the wicked, O God. Depart from me, therefore, ye bloody men. For they speak against thee wickedly, and thine enemies take thy name in vain. Do not I hate them, O Lord, that hate thee, and am not I grieved with those that rise up against thee? I hate them with perfect hatred. I count them mine enemies. Search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me, and know my thoughts, and see if there be any wicked way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting, 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 everlasting.
Come be a part of.
Torah, LOJ, Atlanta Jews Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Yes. We're going to play an outro. Lord, just give thanks right now. Give thanks, y'all. Oh. Yes.
Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
Thank you, my brethren.
Psalm 139.
מזמור קל"ט למנצח לדוד מזמור.
O Lord, thou hast searched me and known.
אדוני חקרתני ותדע.
Thou knowest my down sitting and mine uprising.
אתה ידעת שבתי וקומי.
Thou understandest my thought afar off.
בנת לרעי מרחוק.
Thou compassest my path and my lying down.
אורחי ורבעי זריתה.
And art acquainted with all my ways.
וכל דרכי הסכמת.
For there is not a word in my tongue, but lo, O Lord, thou knowest it all together.
כי אין מילה בלשוני, אין אדוני ידעת חולק.
Thou hast beset me behind and before, and laid thine hand upon me. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me. It is high, I cannot attain unto it. Whither shall I go from thy spirit? Or whither shall I flee from thy presence? If I ascend up into heaven, thou art there. If I make my bed in hell, behold, thou art there. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there shall thy hand lead me, and thy right hand shall hold me. If I say, surely the darkness shall cover me, even the night shall be light about me. Yea, the darkness hideth not from thee, but the night shineth as the day. The darkness and the light are both alike to thee. For thou hast possessed my reins. Thou hast covered me in my mother's womb. I will praise thee, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are thy works, and that my soul knoweth right well. My substance was not hid from thee when I was made in secret and curiously wrought in the lowest parts of the earth. Thine eyes did see my substance, yet being unperfect. And in thy book all my members were written, which in continuance were fashioned, when as yet there was none of them. How precious also are thy thoughts unto me, O God! How great is the sum of them! If I should count them, they are more in number than the sand. When I awake, I am still with thee. Surely thou wilt slay the wicked, O God. Depart from me, therefore, ye bloody men. For they speak against thee wickedly, and thine enemies take thy name in vain. Do not I hate them, O Lord, that hate thee, and am not I grieved with those that rise up against thee? I hate them with perfect hatred. I count them mine enemies. Search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me, and know my thoughts. And see if there be any wicked way in me. And lead me in the way everlasting, 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 everlasting.
Discipleship.
Come be a part of.
All right, LOJ, Atlanta Jews Society.
where Hebrew feels like home.
Psalm 139.
מזמור קל"ט למנצח לדוד מזמור.
O Lord, thou hast searched me and known.
אדוני חקרתני ותדע.
Thou knowest my down sitting and mine upright, and mine upright, and mine upright, and mine upright, and mine upright.
אתה ידעת שבתי וקומי.
Thou understandest my thought afar off.
בנת לרעי מרחוק.
Thou compassest my path and my lying down.
אורחי ורבעי זריתה.
And art acquainted with all my ways.
וכל דרכי הסכמת.
For there is not a word in my tongue, but lo, O Lord, thou knowest it all together.
כי אין מילה בלשוני, הן אדוני ידעת כולה.
Yes. Erev Tov, Lala Tov, Boker Tov. Have a good day. Shabua Tov. Good Shabua right here. Yes. For this, Vayera, and he who be appeared. Well.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.
Yeshua Shalom, fam. Yeshua Shalom.